continuing on page 335. She always wondered why the princess needed such a big bed. It was big enough for 10 people. Where she came from, 6 girls slept together in a bed half the size of this one, and the bed cover was plain. She wondered what the princess's bed felt like. She had never once even sat on it. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, so she crossed the room, walking over the fur rug to the polished desk with the pretty swirled wood. She put her fingers through the gold handle and slid the drawer open. It made her nervous to do it, even though she had done it before when the princess had sent her to get the key. But she had never done it before without being told to by the princess. The big key to the jewel room was lying in the red velvet pocket, right next to the little key to her sleeping box. She put the key in her pocket and slid the drawer closed again, making sure it was shut all the way. As she started for the door, she looked at the corner where her sleeping box was. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, but she ran over to the box anyway. She had to check. She crawled inside into the dark and went to the back corner where the blanket was pushed up in a pile. Carefully, she pulled the blanket back. Sarah looked back at her. The doll was right where she had left her. "I have to go quick," she whispered. "I'll be back later." Rachel kissed the doll's head and covered her back up with the blanket, hiding her in the corner so no one would find her. She knew it was trouble to bring Sarah to the castle, but she couldn't bear to leave her in the Wayward Pine all alone. She knew how lonely and scary it got in the Wayward Pine. Finished, she ran to the door, pulled it open a crack, and looked up at Giller's face. He nodded to her and motioned with his hand that it was all right to come out. "The key?" She pulled it out of the pocket where she kept her magic fire stick to show him. He smiled and called her a good girl. No one had ever called her a good girl before, at least not for a long time. He picked her up again and walked fast down the hall and then down the dark, narrow servants' stairs. She could hardly even hear his footsteps on the stone. His whiskers tickled her face. At the bottom, he set her down again. "Rachel," he said, squatting down close to her, "listen carefully. This is very important. This is no game. We must get out of the castle, or we will both get our heads chopped off, just like Sarah told you. But we must be smart about it, or we will get caught. If we run away too quickly without doing the right things first, we will be found out. If we are too slow, well, we'd just better not be too slow." She started to get tears in her eyes. "Giller, I'm afraid to get my head chopped off. People say it hurts terribly bad." Giller hugged her tight. "I know, child, I'm afraid too." He put his hands on her shoulders, holding her up straight while he looked in her eyes. "But if you trust me and do exactly as I say and are brave enough, we will get away from here. And go to where no one ever chops off people's heads or locks them in boxes, and where you can have your doll and people will let you, and they will never take Sarah away from you or throw her in the fire. All right?" Her tears started to go away. "That would be wonderful, Giller." "But you must be brave, and do just as I tell you. Some of it will be hard." "I will, I promise." "And I promise, Rachel, that I will do whatever I must to protect you. We are in this together, you and me, but a lot of other people are depending on us, too. If we do a good job, we will be able to fix it so a lot of other people, innocent people, won't get their heads chopped off anymore." Her eyes got wide. "Oh, I would like that, Giller. I hate it when people get their heads chopped off. It scares me fierce." "All right, then. The first thing I need you to do is to go scold the cooks, just like you're supposed to. And while you are down in the kitchen, get a big loaf of bread, the biggest you can find. I don't care how you get it. Steal it if you have to. Just get it. Then bring it up to the jewel room. Use the key and wait inside for me. I must tend to some other things. I'll tell you more then. Can you do that?" "Sure," she nodded. "Easy." "Off with you then." She went through the door into the big hall on the first floor, while Giller disappeared up the steps without making a sound. The stairs to the kitchen were at the other end, on the other side of the grand stairs in the middle that the Queen used. Rachel liked going up the grand stairs with the princess because they had carpets and weren't cold like the stone steps she was supposed to use when she was on errands. The hall was open in the middle, where the grand stairs came down to a big room with black and white marble squares on the floor. They were very cold under her feet. She was trying to think of a way she could get a big loaf of bread without stealing it, when she saw Princess Violet coming across the room to the grand stairs. The royal seamstress and 2 of her helpers were following behind, carrying bolts of pretty pink cloth. Rachel looked quick for a place to hide, but the princess had already seen her. "Oh, good, Rachel," the princess said. "Come here." Rachel went and curtsied. "Yes, Princess Violet?" "What are you doing?" "I was doing my errands. I was just going to the kitchen now." "Well, don't bother." "But, Princess Violet, I have to." The princess frowned. "Why? I just said you didn't." Rachel bit her lip. The princess's frown scared her. She tried to think of how Giller would answer. "Well, if you don't want me to, I won't," she said. "But your lunch was simply dreadful, and I would hate to see you eating another dreadful meal. You must be starving for something good. But if you don't want me to go tell them, I won't." The princess thought this over a minute. "On second thought, go ahead. It was dreadful. Just be sure to tell them how angry I am, too." "Yes, Princess Violet." She curtsied. She turned and started to leave. "I'm going for a fitting." Rachel turned back to her. "Then I want to go to the jewel room and try on some things to go with my new dress. When you're finished with the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room." Rachel's mouth felt as if it were stuck together. "But, Princess, wouldn't you rather wait until tomorrow when the dress is finished to see how pretty the jewelry will look with the dress?" Princess Violet looked surprised. "Well, yes, that would be good to see the jewels with the dress." She thought another minute, then started up the steps. "I'm glad I thought of that." Rachel let out a breath, then headed off to the servants' stairs. The princess called down to her. "On second thought, Rachel, I need to pick out something for tonight's dinner, so I need to go to the jewel room anyway. Meet me there in a little while." "But, Princess—" "But nothing. After you deliver my message to the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with the fitting." The princess went up the grand stairs and disappeared. What was she going to do now? Giller was going to meet her in the jewel room, too. She was breathing hard, as if she was going to cry. What was she going to do? She was going to do as Giller said, that's what. She was going to be brave, so those people didn't get their heads chopped off. She stopped herself from crying and went down the steps to the kitchen. She wondered what Giller wanted a big loaf of bread for. "Well, what do you think?" he whispered. "Any ideas?" Kaylin was lying close, next to him on the ground, frowning while she looked over the edge to the scene below. "I can't even imagine," she whispered back. "I have never seen so many short-tailed gars together in one place." "What could they be burning?" "They're not burning anything. The smoke is coming from the ground. This place is called Fire Spring. Those are vents where steam comes up from the ground, and from other openings water boils up from below, and more over there where other things boil. Foul-smelling yellow liquid and thick mud. The fumes keep people away from this place. I have no idea what gars would be doing here." "Well, look there, near the back where the hill rises up, where the biggest vent is. There's something on top of it, something egg-shaped, with steam coming out around it. They keep going up to look at it, to touch it." She shook her head. "Your eyes are better than mine. I can't tell what it is or even that it's round." Richard could hear and feel rumbles from the ground, some followed by great belches of steam roaring from the vents. The awful, suffocating smell of sulfur wafted up to where they hid in the stunted trees of the high ridge. "Maybe we should go have a closer look," he whispered, half to himself, as he watched the gars moving about below. "That would be beyond foolhardy," she whispered harshly. "It would be just plain stupid. One gar would be trouble enough, or have you forgotten so quickly? There must be dozens down there." "I guess," he complained. "What's that behind them, just above on the side of the hill? A cave?" Her eyes went to the dark maw. "Yes, it's called the Shadrin's Cave. Some say it goes all the way through the mountain to the valley on the other side. But I don't know of anyone who knows for sure, or who would want to find out." He watched the gars tearing an animal apart, fighting over it. "What's a Shadrin?" "The Shadrin is a beast that is supposed to live in the caves. Some say it's just a myth, others swear it is real, but nobody wants to go find out for sure." He looked over at her as she watched the gars. "And what do you think?" Kaylin shrugged. "I don't know. There are many places in the Midlands where there are supposed to be beasts. I have been to many and found no beasts." Most of these stories are just that, stories. But not all. Richard was glad she was talking. It was the most she had said in days. The odd behavior of the Gars seemed to have overwhelmed her with curiosity and brought her for the moment out of her withdrawal. But they couldn't lie there talking. They were wasting time. Besides, if they stayed too long, the Gars' flies would find them. They both crawled backward, clear of the edge, then crept farther away, keeping their heads down and their movements quiet. Kalin withdrew once again into silence. Once away from the Gars, they started down the road again to Tamarang, the borderland of the wilds, the land ruled by Queen Milena. Before they had gone far, they came to a divide in the road. Richard assumed they would go to the right, as Kalin had said that Tamarang lay to the east. The Gars and Firespring had been off to their left. Kalin went down the left road. "What are you doing?" He had had to watch her like a hawk since leaving Agaden Reach. He couldn't trust her anymore. All she wanted to do was die, and he knew she would manage it if he didn't watch her every move. She looked back at him with the same blank expression she had worn for days. "This is called an inverted fork. Up ahead, where it's hard to see because of the lay of the land and the heavy woods, the roads cross over each other and switch directions. Because of the thick trees, it's hard to tell where the sun is, which direction you are going. If we take the right fork here, we will end up with the Gars. This one, to the left, goes to Tamarang." He frowned. Why would anyone go to the trouble to build a road like that? It's just one little way the old rulers of Tamarang used to help confuse invaders from the wilds. Sometimes it slowed them down a little, gave the defenders time to retreat and regroup if they needed to, then to fall on the attackers again. He studied her face a moment, trying to judge if she was telling the truth. It infuriated him that he had to worry about whether Kalin was telling him the truth. "You're the guide," he said at last. "Lead on." At his word, she turned without comment and walked on. Richard didn't know how much more of this he could take. She would only talk when it was required, wouldn't listen when he tried to make conversation, and backed away whenever he got close. She acted as if his touch would be poison, but he knew it was really her touch she worried about. He had hoped that the way she was talking when they had spotted the Gars signaled a change, but he was wrong. She had quickly reverted to her dark mood. She had reduced herself to a prisoner on a forced march, had reduced him to a reluctant jailer. He kept her knife in his belt. He knew what would happen if he gave it back to her. With every step, she was drifting farther and farther from him. He knew he was losing her, but didn't have the slightest idea what to do about it. At night, when it was time for her watch, for him to sleep, he had to tie her hands and feet to prevent her from killing herself when he wasn't watching. When he bound her, she endured it limply. He endured it with great pain. Even then, he had to sleep with one eye open. He slept by her feet, so if she saw or heard something, she could wake him. He was dead tired from the strain. He wished they had never gone to Shota. The idea that Zed would turn on him was unthinkable. The idea that Kalin would was unbearable. Richard took out some food. He kept his voice cheerful, hoping to perk her up. "Here, have some of this dried fish?" He smiled. "It's really awful." She didn't laugh at his joke. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Richard struggled to keep the smile on his face, struggled to keep his voice from betraying his anger. His head was pounding. "Kalin, you've hardly eaten for days. You have to eat." "I said I don't want any." "Come on, for me," he coaxed. "What are you going to do next? Hold me down and force it in my mouth?" The calmness in her voice infuriated him, but he covered it as best he could with his tone, if not his words. "If I have to." She spun at him, her chest heaving. "Richard, please, just let me go. I don't want to be with you. Just let me go." It was the first emotion she had shown since leaving Agaden Reach. It was his turn to hide his emotions. No. She glared at him with fire in her green eyes. "You can't watch me every minute. Sooner or later, every minute, if I have to." They stood glaring angrily at each other. Then the emotion on her face was gone, and she turned back to the road, walking on. They had only stopped for a few minutes, but it had been enough for the thing that followed them to make another mistake, a rare one. It had let its guard down briefly and let itself get too close, close enough for Richard to see its fierce yellow eyes again, if only for an instant. He had been aware that they were being followed since the second day out of the reach. Years spent alone in the woods made him aware when he was being followed, tracked. It was a game he and the other guides had played sometimes in the Heartland woods, seeing how far they could follow each other without being detected. Whatever followed now was good at the game, but not as good as Richard. 3 times now he had seen the yellow eyes, when no one else would have. He knew it wasn't Samuel. The yellow was different, darker, and the eyes were closer together, and it was smarter. It couldn't be a hardhound. They would have been attacked long before now. Whatever it was, it only watched. Richard was sure Kaylin hadn't seen it. She was too far lost in her own dark thoughts. Sooner or later, the thing would make itself known, and Richard would be ready. But with Kaylin the way she was right now, he had his hands full, and he didn't need more trouble. So he didn't turn and look, to show it that he suspected, didn't backtrack, and didn't snap a circle, as he and the other guides had called the maneuver, but rather he let his eyes catch the glimpses when they did without forcing a glance. He was reasonably sure the thing that followed didn't know he was aware of it, for now that's the way he wanted to keep it. It left the advantage with him. He watched Kaylin as she walked, with her shoulders slumped, and wondered what he was going to do in a few days when they reached Tamarang. Whether he liked it or not, she was winning this slow battle, simply because things couldn't go on like this. She could fail time and again. She had only to succeed once. He had to win every time. To slip just once would let her end her life. In the end, he knew he couldn't win, knew he was going to lose, and could think of nothing to change that. Rachel sat on the short footstool in front of the tall chair that was covered with red velvet and buttons and gold carving, waiting, knocking her knees together. "Hurry, Giller," she kept saying to herself. "Hurry before the princess comes." She looked up at the queen's box. She hoped that when Princess Violet came to try on jewelry, she didn't touch the box again. Rachel hated it when she did that. It scared her. The door opened a little. Giller poked his head in. "Hurry, Giller," she whispered loudly. The rest of him came in. He stuck his head back out, looking up and down the hall. Then he shut the door. He looked down at her. "Did you get the bread?" She nodded. "I got it here." She pulled the bundle out from under the chair and set it on the footstool. "I took a towel and wrapped it around the bread so no one would see." "Good girl." He smiled as he turned around, away from her. She smiled up at him, then frowned. "I had to steal it. I never stole anything before." "I assure you, Rachel, it's for a good cause." He was looking at the box. "Giller, Princess Violet is coming here." He turned back, his eyes big. "When?" "She said after she has the fitting for her new dress. She's pretty fussy, so it may take a while, but maybe not. She likes to try jewelry on and look at herself in the mirror." "Curse the spirits," Giller whispered. "Nothing is ever easy." He turned around again and snatched the queen's box off the marble stand. "Giller, you mustn't touch that. It's the queen's." He looked a little mad when he looked down at her. "No, it's not. Just wait and I will explain." He set the box down on the stool next to the bread. His hand reached into his robes and pulled out another box. "How's it look?" With a smile on one side of his mouth, he held the new box toward her. "It looks just the same." "Good." He put it on the stand where the real one had been, then sat down on the floor next to her in the footstool. "Now, listen to me very carefully, Rachel. We don't have much time, and it is very important that you understand." She could tell by the way his face looked that he meant it. She nodded. "I will, Giller." He laid his hand on the box. "This box has magic, and it does not belong to the queen." She frowned. "It doesn't? Who does it belong to?" "I don't have time to explain that right now. Maybe after we are away from here. The important thing is that the queen is a bad person." Rachel nodded. She knew that was true. "She chops off people's heads just because she wants to. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. She has power. Power means she can do whatever she wants. This box has magic, and it helps give her power. That is why she took it." "I understand, like the way the princess has power so she can slap me and chop my hair crooked and laugh at me." He nodded. "That's right. Very good, Rachel. Now, there is a man who is even meaner than the queen. His name is Darkenral." "Father Ral?" She was confused. "Everyone says he's nice. The princess says he is the nicest man in the world." "The princess also says she doesn't spill gravy on her dresses." He lifted an eyebrow. "That's a lie." Giller put his hands on her shoulders real soft. "You listen very carefully. Darkenral, Father Ral, is the meanest man that ever was. He hurts more people than the queen could even think of. He is so mean that he even kills children. Do you know what that means, to kill someone?" She felt sad and scared. "It means you chop off their head or something and make them dead." "Yes, and just as the princess laughs when she slaps you, Darkenral laughs when he kills people. You know the way when the princess is at dinner with all the lords and ladies, she is real nice and polite, but when she is alone with you, she slaps you?" Rachel nodded. She had a lump in her throat. "She doesn't like them to know she's really mean." Giller held his finger up. "That's right. You're a very bright girl. Well, Father Ral is the same way. He doesn't want people to know he is really mean, so he can be very polite and make it seem like he is the nicest man in the world. Whatever you do, Rachel, you stay away from him if you can." "I will, for sure. But if he talks to you, just be polite right back. Don't let him know that you know. You must not let people know all the things you know. That keeps you safe." She smiled. "Like Sarah. I don't let people know about her so they can't take her away from me. It keeps her safe." He put his arms around her and gave her a quick hug. "The spirits be praised, you are a smart child." It made her feel really good that he said that. No one ever told her that she was smart. "Now, listen close. This is the important part." She nodded again. "I will, Giller." He put his hand back on the box. "This box has magic. When the queen gives it to Father Ral, he will be able to use the magic to hurt even more people. He will chop off a lot more people's heads. The queen is a mean person and wants him to do it, so she is going to give him the box." Her eyes got real big. "Giller, we mustn't let her give him the box, or all those people will get their heads chopped off." A big smile spread under his hooked nose. He held her chin in his hand. "Rachel, you are the smartest girl I have ever met. You truly are." "We have to hide it. Hide the box, like I hide Sarah." "And that's just what we are going to do." He pointed up at the box he had put on the stand. "That is a fake. That means it's not the real thing. It's just pretend. So they will be fooled for a while, and we can get away before they find out the real one is gone." She looked up at the fake box. It looked just like the real one. "Giller, you're the most clever man I ever did know." His smile went away a little. "I'm afraid, child, that I am too clever for my own good." His smile came back. "Here is what we are going to do." Giller took the loaf of bread she had stolen from the kitchen and broke it in half. With his big hands, he scooped out some of the insides. Part of it he stuffed in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, there was so much. He stuffed some in her mouth. She chewed as fast as she could. It was good, still warm. When they finished eating the middle, he took the real box and pushed it into the middle of the bread and put the two halves back together. He held it up for her to look at. "What do you think?" She made a face. "It's all cracked. People will know it's been broken." He shook his head. "Smart. You are really smart. Well, since I'm a wizard, perhaps I could do something about that. What do you think?" She nodded. "Maybe." He put the bread in his lap and made his hands go all around in the air over it. He took his hands away and held the bread up in front of her face again. The cracks were gone. It looked just like new. "No one will know now for sure," she giggled. "Let's hope you're right, child. I have put a wizard's web, a magic spell, in the bread to be sure no one will be able to see the magic of the box inside it." He spread the cloth out on top of the stool and put the bread on it, then pulled up all four corners and tied them in the middle on top. He lifted up the bundle by the knots and put it in the palm of his other hand in front of her. He looked her in the eyes, and he didn't smile. He looked almost sad. "Now, here's the hard part, Rachel. We have to get this box away from here. We can't hide it in the castle, or it might be found. You remember where I hid your doll in the garden? She smiled proudly. She remembered. Third urn on the right. He nodded. I will hide this there, just like I hid your doll. You must go and get it, just like you did with your doll, and then take it out of the castle. He leaned a little closer. You have to do it tonight. She started twisting her finger in the hem of her dress. She started to get tears in her eyes. Killer, I'm scared to touch the Queen's box. I know you're afraid, child, but remember, it's not the Queen's box. You do want to help keep all those people from getting their heads chopped off, don't you? Yes, she whined, but couldn't you take it away from the castle? If I could, I swear to you, Rachel, I would, but I can't. There are some who watch me and don't want me to go out of the castle. If they found me with the box, then Father Rahl would get it, and we can't have that, now can we? No. Then she got real scared. Killer, you said you were going to run away with me. You promised. And I mean to keep that promise, believe me. But it may take a couple of days for me to sneak out of Tamarang. It's very dangerous for the box to be here another day, and I can't get it out myself. You must get it away. Take it to your secret place, your wayward pine. You wait there for me until I can cover our escape, and I will come get you. I guess I can. If you say it's important, I'll try. Giller moved up and sat on the stool. He pulled her up with his hands around her waist and set her on his knee. Rachel, you listen to me. If you live to be 100 years old, you will never again do anything as important as this. You must be brave, braver than you have ever been before. You must not trust anyone. You must not let anyone get the box. I will come get you in a few days. But if something goes wrong and I don't come, you must hide with the box until winter. Then everything will be all right. If I knew of anyone else to help you, I would get them to do it. But I don't. You are the only one who can do this. She watched him with big eyes. I'm just little, she said. That is why you will be safe. Everybody thinks you are a nobody. But that isn't true. You are the most important person in the world, but you can trick them because they don't know. You must do this, Rachel. I need your help so much, and so does everyone else. I know you're smart enough and brave enough to do it. She could see that his eyes were wet. I'll try, Giller. I'll be brave and do it. You're the bestest man in the whole world, and if you say to do it, I will. He shook his head. I have been a very foolish man, Rachel. I have been far from the bestest man in the world. If only I had been wiser before and remembered the things I was taught, my true duty, the reason I became a wizard in the first place, maybe I wouldn't have to ask you to do this. But just as this is the most important thing you will ever do, it is also the most important thing I will ever do. We must not fail, Rachel. You must not. No matter what happens, you must not let anyone stop you. Not anyone. He put a finger on each side of her forehead, and she felt a safe feeling in her head. She knew she would be able to do it, and she would never have to do as the princess said again. She would be free. Giller suddenly pulled his fingers away. Someone comes, he whispered. He kissed her head real quick. Good spirits protect you, Rachel. He stood up and put his back to the wall behind the door. He slipped the loaf of bread into his robes and put his finger over his lips. The door opened, and Rachel jumped to her feet. It was Princess Violet. Rachel curtsied. When she came back up, the princess slapped her, then laughed. Rachel looked down at the ground, and while she rubbed her cheek, holding back the tears, she saw a piece of bread between Princess Violet's feet. She took a quick glance at Giller, who stood pressed against the wall behind the door. His eyes went to the bread. Quieter than a cat, he bent down and snatched up the bread, put it in his mouth, then slipped out the door behind Princess Violet's back without her ever seeing him. Kaelin held her arms out to him, hands made into fists, the insides of her wrists pressed together, waiting for him to bind them with the rope. Her unblinking eyes stared off at nothing. She had said she wasn't tired, but Richard surely was. His head pounded so hard it made him feel sick. So she was going to take the first watch. What good her watch was, the way she stared blankly, he didn't know. He held the rope taut between his shaking fists, his mind feeling the last of his hope finally abandoning him. Nothing was changing. Nothing was getting any better as he had hoped. It was one long, endless battle with her. She wanting to die, he trying constantly to prevent it. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, looking down at her wrists in the light of the small fire. "Kaylin, you may be the one who wishes to die, but it is me you are killing." Her green eyes came up to his. The firelight flickered in them. "Then let me go, Richard. Please, if you care at all for me, then show it. Let me go." He lowered the rope and let it drop. With trembling hands, he slowly pulled her knife from his belt and looked at it for a minute in the palm of his hand. The glint of the blade was blurred in his vision. He clenched the handle tightly in his fist and jammed the knife in the sheath at her belt. "You win. Get out of here. Get out of my sight." "Richard." "I said get out of here." He pointed back the way they had come. "Go back and let the guards do the job. You may botch it with that knife. I'd hate to think you slipped and didn't finish it properly. I'd hate to think that after all this you might not be dead." He turned his back to her and sat on a windfall spruce that lay in front of the fire. She stood watching him in silence, then moved off a few paces. "Richard, after all we have been through together, I don't want it to be finished like this." "I don't care what you want. You have forfeited that right." He struggled to make the words come out. "Get out of my sight." Kaylin nodded and looked down at the ground. Richard leaned over, elbows on his knees, his face in his shaking hands. He thought he might throw up. "Richard," she said in a soft voice, "when this is all ended, I hope you can think well of me. Remember me more fondly than you do right now." That was it. He came over the log with a boost of one boot on top. In a blink, he had her shirt in his fists. "I will only remember you for what you are, a traitor to all those who have died, all those who will die." Her eyes were wide as she tried to back away from him, but he held her with a vengeance. "A traitor to all the wizards who have given their lives, to Shar, to Sidon, and all the mud people who were killed. A traitor to your sister." "That's not true." "A traitor to all those and more. If I fail and Rahl wins, we will all have you to thank, and so will Dark and Rahl. It is you who aids him." "I do this to help you. You heard what Shota said?" She was getting angry now, too. "That won't work. Not for me. Yes, I heard what Shota said. She said that both Zed and you would turn against me somehow. She did not say you both would be wrong." "What do you mean?" "This is not a quest for me. It's to stop Rahl. How do you know that once we have the box, it might not be me who would deliver it to him? What if it's me who would betray us, and the only chance to keep the box from Rahl is for you and Zed to stop me?" "That doesn't make any sense." "Does it make any more sense that both you and Zed would try to kill me? That would require two to be wrong. This would require only one. It's just the stupid riddle of a witch woman. You're letting yourself die for a stupid riddle. We can't know how the future will come about. We can't know the meaning of what she said, how it will be true, or if. Not until it happens. Only then can we know what it means and deal with it." "I only know I cannot allow myself to live, to carry out the prophecy. You are the thread that weaves this struggle together." "And thread can't get there without the needle. You're my needle. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. At every turn, I needed you. Today, at the inverted fork, I would have chosen wrong without you. You know the Queen, I don't. Even if I manage to get the box without you, what then? Where will I go? I don't know the Midlands. Where will I go, Kaylin? Tell me. How will I know where it's safe? I could walk right into Rahl's hands, carry the box right to him." "Shota said you are the only one with a chance. Without you, all is lost. Not me. You. She said that if I live... Richard, I can't allow that. I won't." "You are a traitor to us," he whispered viciously. She shook her head slowly. "Despite what you think, Richard, I do this for you." Richard screamed and threw her backward as hard as he could. She fell to the ground on her back. He came and stood above her, glaring down, dust rising around his boots. "Don't you dare say that," he yelled, both hands in fists. "You do this for yourself because you haven't got the stomach for what victory entails. Don't you dare to say you do this for me." She came to her feet, keeping her eyes on him. "I would give almost anything, Richard, for you not to remember me in this way. But what I do because I must. For you. for you to have a chance. I have sworn to protect the seeker with my life. The payment has come due." Tears ran down her face, through the dust on her cheeks. As he watched her turn and vanish into the darkness, Richard felt as if a plug inside him had been pulled, and his whole self was draining away. He went to the fire, slid his back down the log until he sat on the ground. He pulled his knees up with his arms around them, put his face against them, and cried as he had never cried. Chapter 33. Rachel sat on her little chair behind the princess, knocking her knees together, thinking about how she would get the princess to put her out so she could take the box away with her and never come back. She kept thinking about the loaf of bread with the box in it, waiting for her in the garden. She was afraid, but excited too. Excited that she was going to be helping all those people so they wouldn't get their heads chopped off. It was the first time she had ever felt like an important person. She twisted the hem of her dress. She could hardly wait to get away. All the lords and ladies were drinking their special drink. They all seemed happy to be doing it. Giller was standing behind the queen with her other advisors. He was talking quietly to the court artist. She didn't like the artist. He scared her. He always smiled funny at her. And he only had one hand. She had heard the servants talking before, that they were afraid the artist would draw a picture of them. The people started getting scared looks on their faces. They were looking at the queen. They started to stand up. Rachel looked over at the queen and saw that the people weren't looking at her. They were looking at something else, behind her. Her eyes got wide when she saw the two big men. They were the biggest men she had ever seen. Their shirts didn't have sleeves, but their arms had metal bands on them with sharp things sticking out. The men had big muscles all over and yellow hair. They looked like the meanest men she had ever seen, meaner even than any of the dungeon guards. The men looked around the room at the people, then went and stood on each side of the big archway behind the queen and folded their arms. The queen huffed and turned around in her chair to see what was happening. A man with blue eyes and long yellow hair and white robes and a gold-handled knife at his belt came through the archway. He was the handsomest-looking man she had ever seen. He smiled at the queen. She jumped to her feet. "What an unexpected surprise," she said in her nicest dog voice. "We are honored, but we weren't expecting you until tomorrow." The man again smiled a pretty smile at her. "I couldn't wait to get here to see your lovely face again. Forgive me for being early, Your Majesty." The queen giggled as she held her hand out for him to kiss. She was always having people kiss her hand. Rachel was surprised at what the nice-looking man had said. She never knew anyone who thought the queen was lovely. The queen took his hand in hers and brought him forward. "Lords and ladies, may I introduce Father Rall?" Father Rall? She looked around to see if anyone had seen her jump, but no one had. They were all looking at Father Rall. She was sure he was going to look at her and see that she was going to run away with the box. She looked at Giller, but he didn't look back. His face was white. Father Rall was here before she had run away with the box. What was she going to do? She was going to do what Giller had told her to do, that's what. She was going to be brave and save all those people. She had to think of a way to get out. Father Rall looked around at all the people who were standing up now. The little dog barked. He turned to the source of the sound, and it stopped barking. Instead, it began to whine softly. He turned back to the people. It got real quiet. "Dinner is over. You will excuse us now," he said in a soft voice. Everyone started whispering. His blue eyes watched. The whispering stopped as they started to leave, first slow, then faster. Father Rall looked at some of the royal advisors, and they left, looking glad to be doing it. A few he didn't look at, including Giller, stayed. Princess Violet stayed too, and Rachel tried to stay behind her so she wouldn't be noticed. The queen smiled and held her arm out to the table. "Won't you sit, Father Rall? I'm sure you have had a strenuous journey. Let us bring you something to eat. We have a lovely roast tonight." He looked at her with blue eyes that didn't blink. "I don't approve of butchering helpless animals and then consuming their flesh." Rachel thought the queen was going to choke. "Well, then,
We also have a lovely turnip soup and some other things, I'm sure. There must be something. If there isn't, the cooks will make whatever. Perhaps some other time. I am not here to eat. I'm here for your contribution to the alliance. But this is sooner than expected. We haven't finished drawing up the agreements. There are many papers to be signed, and you will want to have them looked over first, surely. I will only be too happy to sign anything you have ready, and offer my word that I will sign whatever additional documents you might have drawn up. I trust your honesty to deal with me fairly. He smiled. You don't have any intention of tricking me somehow with these agreements, do you? Well, no, Father Roll, of course not. Of course not. There you have it, then. Why would I need anyone to look over these papers if you are being fair with me? You are being fair, you say? Well, of course I am. I guess there is no need, but this is most unusual. So is our alliance. Let's be on with it, then. Yes, of course. She turned to one of her advisors. Go get whatever of the alliance treaty you have ready and bring it. Bring ink and pens, and my seal. He bowed and left. The Queen turned to Giller. Wherever you have secreted the box, go and get it. He bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. Rachel felt alone and afraid when she saw him go through the door, his silver robes flying behind him. While they waited, the Queen introduced the princess to Father Rawl. Rachel stood behind Princess Violet's chair after she went to have her hand kissed. Father Rawl bowed to her and kissed her hand and told her how she was as pretty as her mother. The princess grinned and held the hand he had kissed to her breast. The advisor came back with his helpers. They each carried armfuls of papers. They moved plates aside and laid the papers all over the head table, pointing to where the Queen and Father Rawl should sign their names. One of the helpers dripped red wax on the papers, and the Queen pressed her seal into it. Father Rawl said he didn't have a seal, and that his written name would do, that he was sure he would recognize his own writing in the future. When Giller came back, he stood off to the side and waited until they finished. The men started gathering up all the papers, arguing with each other about which order they went in. The Queen motioned Giller forward. Father Rawl, Giller said with his finest smile, may I present you with Queen Milena's box of Orden? He held the fake box out in both hands, careful, just as if it were the real one. The jewels all sparkled real pretty. Father Rawl smiled a little smile as he reached out and carefully lifted the box from Giller's hands. He turned it around a minute, looking at the pretty jewels. Then he motioned one of the big men with all the muscles to come forward. When he did, Father Rawl looked him in the eye and handed him the box. With one hand, the man squeezed the box. It shattered. The Queen's eyes got real big. What is the meaning of this? She asked. Father Rawl's face got scary-looking. That would be my question, Your Majesty. This box is a counterfeit. Why, that's simply not possible. There is no way. I know for a fact. The Queen turned her head to Giller. Giller, what do you know of this? He held his hands in the opposite sleeves of his robes. Your Majesty, I don't understand. No one has tampered with the magic seal. I saw to that myself. I assure you this is the same box I have guarded ever since you put it in my hands. It must have been a fake from the first. We have been tricked. That is the only possible explanation. Father Rawl's blue eyes stayed on the wizard the whole time he talked. Then they slid to one of his men. The man came and grabbed the robes at the back of Giller's neck. He lifted Giller off the ground with that one hand. What are you doing? Let go of me, you big ox! Have respect for a wizard or you will regret it, I can assure you. His feet were dangling in the air. Rachel had a lump in her throat, tears in her eyes. She tried to be brave and not cry. She knew that if she did, they might notice her. Father Rawl licked his fingertips. Not the only possible explanation, wizard. The real box has magic, a particular type of magic. The magic of this box is wrong. A queen would not be able to see it to know if it was the real box, but a wizard would. Father Rawl smiled a small smile to the Queen. The wizard and I are going to go now and have a private conversation. He turned and walked out of the room, white robes flying behind him. The man holding Giller up in the air followed Father Rawl. The other man stepped in front of the door and folded his arms. Giller's feet didn't touch the ground as he was carried away. Rachel wanted to run after Giller. She was so scared for him. She saw his head turn back and look at the people. His dark eyes were wide, and for a second they looked right at her, right into her eyes. When they did, she heard his voice in her head, as clear as if he had yelled to her. The voice in her head screamed only one word. Run. Then he was gone. Rachel wanted to cry. Instead, she sucked the hem of her dress. All the people around the Queen started talking at once. James, the court artist, started picking up some of the pieces of the fake box, turning them over in his one hand, looking at them, holding them against the stump of his other. Princess Violet took one of the big pieces from him and looked at the jewels, running her fingers over them. Rachel kept remembering the voice in her head, Giller's voice, yelling at her to run. She looked around. No one was paying any attention to her. She went around the tables, keeping her head down below the tabletop so they wouldn't be able to see her. When she got to the other side of the room, she poked her head up to see if anyone was looking. They weren't. She reached up and took some food off the plates, a piece of meat, 3 bread rolls, and a big piece of hard cheese. She stuffed them all in her pockets, then checked the people again. Then she ran for the hall. She kept herself from getting tears to be brave for Giller. Her bare feet ran down the carpets, past the picture rugs hanging on the walls. Before she got to the guards at the doors, she slowed down so they wouldn't see her running. When they saw her coming, they pulled up the big bolt and didn't say anything as she went through the door. The guards on the outside of the door just glanced at her as she came through, then looked back out, watching the grounds. Rachel wiped some tears off her face as she went down the cold stone steps. She had tried to keep them from coming, but a few got out before she could stop them. The guards on patrol ignored her as she walked fast over the cobblestones toward the garden. Away from the torches hung on the walls outside the castle, it was dark, but she knew her way. The grass was wet on her bare feet. At the third urn, she knelt down, looking to see that no one was watching, then reached under the flowers. She felt the cloth around the bread and pulled it out. Untying the knots, she laid the 4 corners back, then reached in her pockets and put the meat, the 3 hard rolls, and the cheese on top of the bread, and tied the corners of the cloth back up. Just before she started running for the outer gate, she remembered and made a little gasp. She froze stiff, her eyes wide. She had forgotten Sarah. Her doll was still in her sleeping box. Princess Violet would find her doll. She would throw Sarah in the fire. Rachel couldn't leave her doll there. She was running away and not coming back. Sarah would be afraid without her. Sarah would get burned up. She pushed the bundle with the bread back under the flowers, looked around, and ran for the castle. She had to slow down and walk when she got close, back into the torchlight. One of the guards at the door looked down at her. "I just let you out," he said. She swallowed hard. "I know, but now I have to go back in for a few minutes." "Forget something?" She nodded and managed to make herself say, "Yes." He shook his head and lifted the little window. "Open the door," he said to the guard inside. She heard the heavy bolt open. Once back inside, she looked down the hall. The big room with the black and white floor and the grand stairs was ahead, a few turns down some long halls and through a couple of big rooms. One of the big rooms was the dining room. That was the shortest way. But the Queen or the Princess might be there, or even Father Rawl. They might see her. She couldn't let them see her. Princess Violet might take her up to her room and lock her in the sleeping box. It was late. She turned and went through the little door on the right. That was the servants' passageway. It was a lot longer, but no one important would be in the servant halls or on the servant stairs. None of the servants would stop her. They all knew she was the princess's playmate, and they didn't want the princess mad at them. She would have to go down through the place where the servants stayed, down under the big rooms and under the kitchen. The stairs were all stone, worn smooth on the front edges. One window at the top was uncovered, and it let in rain, and the steps always had water leaking from the stone walls running down them. Some places it was just a little, some places more, and there was green slime on some of the steps. She always had to step careful to keep from stepping in the slime. Torches and iron brackets made the stone and the steps look red and yellow. There were some people in the halls on the bottom floor, servants carrying linens and blankets, washwomen with buckets of water and mops,
and men carrying bundles of firewood for the fireplaces upstairs. Some of the people stopped and whispered to each other. They seemed excited. She heard Giller's name, and it made her get a lump in her throat. When she went past the servants' quarters, all the oil lamps were burning, hung from the big beams of the low ceilings, and there were bunches of people gathered around, telling each other what they had seen. Rachel saw one of the men talking loud with mostly women, but some men, too, standing around him. It was Mr. Sanders, the man who wore the fancy coat and greeted the fine ladies and gentlemen when they came to dinner and announced their names when they came in.
Heard it myself from those two that stand watch over the dining room. You know what I'm talking about, the young one, Frank, and the other with the limp, Jenkins. Said the Daharan guards told them personal that there's going to be a search of the castle, top to bottom.
What are they looking for? A woman asked.
Don't know. At least they didn't tell Frank and Jenkins. But I wouldn't want to be the one that had whatever they're after. Those men from Dahara could give you nightmares when you were wide awake.
Wish they'd find whatever it is under Violet's bed, somebody else said. It'd do her up right to get a nightmare for a change instead of giving them. Everyone laughed. Rachel went on through the big storeroom with all the columns. Barrels were on one side, all piled up in rows on top of one another. Boxes and crates and sacks were stacked up on the other side. The room smelled damp and musty, and she could always hear mice scratching about. She went down the middle, past the lamps hung on the side of columns, to the heavy door at the other end. The iron strap hinges creaked when she strained and pulled on the iron ring and opened the door. Rust from the ring got on her hands, so she wiped them on the stone. Another big door to the right led to the dungeon. She went up the stairway. It was dark, with only one torch at the top, and she could hear water go plink, 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 and echo. Through the door at the top that stood open a crack, she went down the stone block halls like the wind that was always in them. She was too scared to cry. She wanted Sarah to be safe, with her, and away from here. On the top floor at last, she peeked her head around the door, looking up and down the hall that ran past Princess Violet's room. The hall was empty. Tiptoeing across the carpet with the pictures of the boats on it, she reached the entryway set back from the hall. She snuck into it, checking the hall again. Carefully, she opened the door a sliver. The room was dark. She slipped in and shut the door tight. There was a fire in the fireplace, but no lamps were lit. She sneaked across the floor, feeling the fur rug on her bare feet. She got down on her hands and knees and crept into her sleeping box and pulled the blanket back with one hand. She gasped. Sarah wasn't there. She felt just as if a cold wind had blown across her skin. "Looking for something?" It was Princess Violet's voice. For a minute, she couldn't move. She started to breathe hard, but she kept the tears from coming. She couldn't let Princess Violet see her cry. She backed out of the box and saw there was a black form standing in front of the fire. It was the princess. She took a step forward away from the fireplace toward Rachel. Her hands were behind her back. Rachel couldn't see what she had. "I was just coming up to get in my box to go to sleep." "Is that so?" Rachel could see better in the dark now, could see the smile on Princess Violet's face. "You wouldn't happen to be looking for this, would you?" She slowly pulled her hands out from behind her back. She had Sarah. Rachel's eyes went wide, and she suddenly felt like she had to go potty. "Princess Violet, please," she whined. Her hands reached out, pleading. "Come here and we'll talk about it." Rachel stepped slowly to the princess, stopping in front of her, twisting her finger in the hem of her dress. The princess suddenly slapped her, harder than she had ever slapped her before. It was so hard that it made Rachel give out a little scream as she was knocked a step backward. She put her left hand over the stinging pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. She jammed her fist into her pocket, determined that she would not cry this time. The princess stepped to her and hit her across the other cheek with the back of her hand. Her knuckles hurt more than the first slap. Rachel gritted her teeth and clutched her fist around something in her pocket to keep from letting the tears come. Princess Violet stepped back to the fireplace. "What did I tell you I would do if you ever had a doll?" "Princess Violet, please don't." She was shaking because her face hurt so much and because she was so scared. "Please let me keep her. She's no harm to you." The princess laughed her awful laugh. "No, I'm going to throw it in the fire, just like I told you I would, to teach you a lesson. What's her name?" "She doesn't have a name." Well, no matter. She'll burn just as well. She turned around to the fire. Rachel's fist was still clutched around the thing in her pocket. It was the magic fire stick Giller had given her. She pulled it out of her pocket and looked at it. Don't you dare throw my doll in the fire, or you'll be sorry. The princess spun around. What did you say? How dare you talk to me in that tone of voice? You're just a nobody. I'm a princess. Rachel touched the magic fire stick to the doily on a small, round marble table next to her. Light for me, she whispered. The doily burst into flames. The princess's face looked surprised. Rachel touched the fire stick to a book on a short marble table. She looked quickly to the princess's eyes to make sure she was watching, then whispered again, and with a roar, it too burst into flames. Princess Violet's eyes were wide. Rachel picked up the book by a corner and threw it in the fireplace while the princess watched her. Rachel spun around, took a step, and put the fire stick against the princess. Give me my doll, or I'll burn you up. You wouldn't dare. Right now. If you don't, I'll set you on fire and your skin will burn up. Princess Violet pushed the doll at her. Here, please, Rachel, don't burn me. I'm afraid of fire. Rachel took the doll with her left hand, hugging it to her, still holding the fire stick against the princess. Rachel was starting to feel sorry for her. Then she thought about how much her face hurt, more than it had ever hurt before. Let's just forget all about this, Rachel. You may keep the doll, all right? Her voice was getting real nice now, not mean like before. Rachel knew it was a trick. As soon as there were guards around, she knew the princess would say to chop her head off. Then Princess Violet would really laugh at her and burn Sarah up, too. Get in the box, Rachel said. Then you can see how you like it. What? Rachel pushed the fire stick a little harder. Right now, or I'll burn you up. Princess Violet walked across the floor slow with the fire stick at her back. Rachel, think about what you're doing. Are you really... Be quiet and get inside unless you want me to burn you. The princess got down on her knees and crawled inside. Rachel looked in at her. Go to the back. She did as she was told. Rachel shut the door with a clang and went to the drawer and got the key. She locked the iron door on the iron box, then put the key in her pocket. She got down on her knees and looked inside through the little window. She could hardly see the princess's eyes looking back in the dark. Good night, Violet. Go to sleep. I'm going to sleep in your bed tonight. I'm sick of your voice. If you make any noise at all, I'll come over and light your skin on fire. Do you understand? Yes, came back the weak voice from the dark hole in the door. Rachel set Sarah down while she pulled the fur rug close and turned it over on the box, covering it all up. She went and bounced on the bed to make it squeak, to make Princess Violet think she was going to sleep in it. Rachel smiled and tiptoed all the way to the door as she hugged Sarah. After she had gone all the way back the way she had come, through the servants' passageways and to the door at the end, she looked carefully into the hall and went down to the big door with the guards. Rachel didn't say anything. She couldn't think of anything to say. She just stood and waited for them to open the door. So that's it. A doll you forgot, the guard said. She just nodded. She heard the door clang shut behind as she went into the dark to the garden. There were more guards than she was used to seeing. The regular guards had new ones with them, dressed different. The new ones looked at her more than the old ones did, and she could hear the regular ones telling them who she was. She tried not to let them see her looking back as she walked with her doll, holding it tight against her, trying to keep her feet from running. The bundle with the bread with the box in it was where she had left it, under the flowers. Rachel pulled it out, holding it in one hand by the knot, while she held Sarah to her chest with the other. As she walked through the garden, she wondered if Princess Violet still thought she was sleeping in the big bed, or if she knew it was a trick and was yelling for help. If she yelled for help and the guards had come and found her in the box, they might already be looking for her. She had had to go the long way. It had taken a lot of time for her legs to take her under the whole castle and back up again. Rachel listened carefully for shouts to see if they were looking for her yet. She could hardly breathe, hoping she could get out of the castle before they chased after her. She remembered Mr. Sanders saying they were going to search the castle. She knew what they were looking for. They wanted the box. She had promised Giller she would get it away so they couldn't have it and hurt all those people. A lot of men were on the walk, at the top of the wall. When she got almost to the door through the wall, she slowed down. Before, there were always 2 of the Queen's Guard there. Now there were 3 men. 2 she recognized. They wore the red tunics with the black wolf's head, the Queen's Guard. But the other was dressed different, in dark leather, and he was a lot bigger. He was one of the new men. Rachel didn't know if she should keep going or run away. But run away where? She had to get through the wall before she could really run away. Before she could decide what to do, they saw her, so she kept going. One of the regular guards turned to lift the bolt. The new man put his arm up to stop him. "It's just the princess's playmate. The princess puts her out sometimes." "No one goes out," the new man said to him. The regular guards stopped opening the door. "Sorry, little one, but you heard him. No one goes out." Rachel stood there with her mouth stuck shut. Her eyes stared at the new man while he looked down at her. She swallowed. Giller was depending on her to get the box out. There was no other way out. She tried to think what Giller would do. "Well, all right," she said at last. "It's cold tonight. I'd rather stay in anyway." "Well, there you go, then. You get to stay in tonight," the regular guard said. "What's your name?" Rachel asked. He looked a little surprised. "Queen's Lancer Reed." With her doll in her hand, Rachel pointed at the other regular guard. "What's yours?" "Queen's Lancer Walcott." "Queen's Lancer Reed and Queen's Lancer Walcott," she repeated to herself. "All right, I think I can remember." She pointed at the new man, the doll swinging back and forth by its arm when she did. "And what's your name?" He hooked his thumbs in his belt. "What do you want to know for?" She hugged Sarah back to her chest. "Well, the princess yelled at me to tell me to be put out tonight. If I don't go out, she'll be spitting mad and want to chop my head off for not doing as she said. So I want to tell her who wouldn't let me be put out. I want your name so she won't think I'm making it up, so she can come and ask you herself. She scares me. She's been starting to say to have people's heads chopped off." All 3 of them stood back up a little and looked at each other. "That's true enough," Queen's Lancer Reed said to the new man. "The princess is turning into her mother's daughter. A little handful, what with the Queen letting her cut her teeth on the axe now." "No one goes out. Those are our orders," the new man repeated. "Well, the 2 of us are for doing as the princess orders." Queen's Lancer Reed turned a little and spat. "Now, if you want her kept in, that's fine by us, so long as it's clear whose neck's on the block. If it comes down to it, we told you to let her out just like the princess said. We're not going to the block with you." The other guard, Walcott, nodded that he agreed. Not for the threat from a little girl no taller than that. He held his hand out, level with the top of her head. "I'll not tell them. We 3 big, strong soldiers all agreed we thought she was dangerous. It's your call, but it'll be your head, not ours, if you go against the princess. You'll answer to the Queen's Axeman, not us." The new man looked down at her. He seemed a little mad. He looked back at the other 2 a minute, then down at her again. "Well, it's obvious she's no threat. The orders were meant to protect from threat, so I guess..." Queen's Lancer Walcott started lifting up the heavy bolt on the door. "But I want to know what she's got there," the new man said. "Just my supper and my doll," Rachel said, trying to make it sound unimportant. "Let's have a look." Rachel laid the bundle down on the ground and untied the knots, laying the corners back. She handed Sarah up to him. He took Sarah in his big hand, turning her around, looking. He turned her upside down and lifted her dress with his big finger. Rachel kicked him in the leg, hard as she could. "Don't do that! Don't you have no respect?" she yelled. The other 2 guards laughed. "You find anything dangerous under there?" Queen's Lancer Reed asked. The new man looked over at the other 2, handing Sarah back down to her. "What else have you got there?" "I told you, my supper." He started to bend over. "Well, a little thing like you has no need for a whole loaf of bread." "That's mine," she yelled. "Leave it be." "Leave it alone," Queen's Lancer Walcott told the new man. "She gets little enough. It look to you like the princess overfeeds her?" The new man straightened up. "I guess not." He let out a deep breath. "Go on, get out of here." Rachel tied the cloth back over the bread and other food as fast as she could. She held Sarah tight to her with one hand and held the bundle just as tight with the other as she went between the men's legs and out the door. When she heard it clang shut, she started running. She ran as fast as she could, not looking back, too afraid to know for sure if anyone was chasing her. After a time, she had to know and finally stopped to check. No one. Out of breath, she sat down to rest on a fat root in the path. She could see the outline of the castle against the starry sky, the notched top edge of the wall, the towers with lights in them. She was never going back there again, never. Her and Giller were going to run away to where people were nice, and they were never going to come back. While she was panting, she heard a voice. "Rachel?" It was Sarah, she realized. She laid Sarah in her lap on top of the bundle. "We're safe now, Sarah. We got away." Sarah smiled. "I'm so glad, Rachel." "We're never going back to that mean place again." "Rachel, Giller wants you to know something." She had to lean close. She could hardly hear Sarah's voice. "What?" "That he can't come with you. You must go on without him." Rachel started to get tears. "But I want him to come with me." "He would like to more than anything, child, but he must stay and keep them from finding you so you can get away. It's the only way to keep you safe." "But I'll be afraid by myself." "You won't be by yourself, Rachel. You will have me with you always." "But what am I to do? Where am I to go?" "You must run away. Giller says not to go to your old wayward pine. They will find you there." Rachel's eyes got big when she heard this. "Go to a different wayward pine, then the next day another. Just keep running away and hiding until the winter comes. Then find some nice people who will take good care of you." "All right. If Giller says so, that's what I'll do." "Rachel, Giller wants you to know he loves you." "I love Giller too," Rachel said, "more than anything." The doll smiled. All at once, the woods lit up with blue and yellow light. She looked up. Then came a sudden loud bang that made her jump. Her mouth dropped open. Her eyes were as wide as they could go. A giant ball of fire came up from the castle, from behind the walls. The ball of fire lifted into the air. Sparks dropped from it, and black smoke rolled away. The fire turned to black smoke as it went higher until it was all dark again. "Did you see that?" she asked Sarah. Sarah didn't say anything. "I hope Giller is all right." She looked down at the doll, but she didn't say anything or even smile back. Rachel hugged Sarah to her and picked up the bundle. "We'd better get going like Giller said." When she went past the lake, she threw the key to her sleeping box as far as she could, out into the water, and smiled when she heard it splash. Sarah didn't say anything as they rushed away from the castle down the path. Rachel remembered what Giller said, that she shouldn't go to the same wayward pine. She turned and went down a deer trail through the bramble in a new direction. West. Chapter 34. There was a sound, small, soft, spitting. In the fog of half-sleep, half-wake, it made no sense no matter how hard he tried to understand it. Slowly at first, then with accelerating urgency, he came awake, aware of the aroma of cooking meat. Immediately, he regretted the experience of being conscious, the memories of what had happened, his longing for Kalin. His knees were pulled up to his chest with his head resting against them. The bark of the tree at his back dug painfully into his flesh, and his muscles were cramped to near paralysis from sleeping in the same position all night. With his head against his knees, he couldn't see anything, except that it was only just beginning to lighten with dawn. There was someone or something near him. Continuing to feign sleep, he took assessment of where his hands were in relation to his weapons. The sword was a goodly reach, and then a long pull to draw it. The knife wasn't. His fingertips were touching the hickory handle. Flexing his fingers, slowly, carefully, he worked the handle into his palm, tightening his grip around it. Whatever it was near to his left side. A spring and a thrust with the knife, he thought. He took a careful peek. With a shock, he saw that it was Kalin. She was sitting, leaning against the log, watching him. A rabbit was cooking on the fire. He sat up straight. "What are you doing here?" he asked cautiously. "Is it all right if we talk?" Richard slid the knife back into its sheath, stretched his legs, rubbing the cramps from them. "I thought we did all our talking last night." He immediately winced at his own words. She gave him an unreadable look. "I'm sorry," he said, softening his tone. "Of course we can talk. What do you want to talk about?" She shrugged in the dim light. "I've been doing a lot of thinking." She had a length of birch branch that she had cut the night before for the fire and was stripping off pieces of white bark. "Last night, after I left, well, I knew you had a headache." "How did you know that?" She shrugged again. "I can always tell by the look in your eyes when you have a headache." Her voice was soft, gentle. "I knew you hadn't been getting much sleep lately and that it was my fault, so I decided that before I left, I would stand watch for you while you slept. So I went over there," she pointed with the branch, "in those trees where I could keep my eye on you." She looked down at the branch as she peeled off strips of bark. "I wanted to make sure you got some sleep." "You were there the whole night?" Richard was afraid to hope at what this meant. She nodded but didn't look up. "While I was watching, I decided to make a snare like you taught me to see if I could catch you some breakfast. While I was sitting there, I did a lot of thinking. Mostly, I cried for a long time. I couldn't stand it that you thought those things about me. It hurt that you thought of me like that. It made me angry, too." Richard decided it was best not to say anything while she struggled to find the words. He didn't know what to say and was afraid if he said anything, it might make her leave again. Kaylin pulled off a curl of birch bark and tossed it in the fire, where it sizzled and flared to flame. "Then I thought about what you said, and I decided there were some things I needed to tell you, about how to conduct yourself when you are with the Queen. And then I remembered some things I needed to tell you about which roads to avoid, and about where you might go. I just keep thinking about things I needed to tell you, things you need to know. Before I knew it, I realized you were right. About everything." Richard thought she looked like she was near tears, but she didn't cry. Instead, she picked at the branch with her fingernail and avoided his eyes. Still, he kept quiet. Then she asked him a question he wasn't expecting. "Do you think Shota is pretty?" He smiled. "Yes, but not as pretty as you." Kaylin smiled and pushed some hair back over her shoulder. "Not many would dare to say that to a..." She caught herself again. Her secret stood between them like a third person. She started again. "There is an old woman's proverb, maybe you've heard it before. Never let a beautiful woman pick your path for you when there is a man in her line of sight." Richard laughed a little and stood to stretch his legs. "No, I've not heard that before." He half leaned, half sat against the log as he folded his arms. He didn't think Kaylin needed to worry about Shota stealing his heart. Shota had said she would kill him if she ever saw him again. Even without Shota's vow, Kaylin had no cause for worry. She tossed the branch aside and stood next to him, leaning her hip against the log. She looked into his eyes at last, her eyebrows wrinkled together. "Richard," her voice was low, almost a whisper. "Last night I figured out I was being very stupid. I had been afraid the witch woman would kill me, and all of a sudden I realized she was about to succeed, only I was doing it for her, letting her pick my path for me. You were right about it all. I should have known better than to disregard the things a seeker says." She looked back down at the ground before her green eyes came back up to his. If it's not too late, I would like my job back as your guide." Richard couldn't believe it was over. He had never been this happy, this relieved in his life. Instead of answering, he reached out and pulled her into his arms, hugged her tight to him. Her arms slipped around him as she laid her head against his chest for a moment. Then she pushed away. "Richard, there is one other matter. Before you can say you will take me back, you must hear the rest of it. I can't go on anymore without telling you about me, about what I am. It's cleaving my heart because I'm supposed to be your friend. I should have told you from the beginning. I have never had a friend like you before. I didn't want it to end." Her gaze left his. "But now it must," she added faintly. "Kaylin, I've told you before. You're my friend, and nothing can change that." "This secret can." Her shoulders were slumped. "This is about magic." Richard wasn't sure anymore that he wanted to hear her secret. He had just gotten her back. He didn't want to lose her again. He squatted down in front of the fire, picking up the roasting stick with the rabbit. Sparks swirled up into the waning darkness. He felt proud of her for catching the rabbit on her own, the way he had taught her. "Kaylin, I don't care what your secret is. I care about you. That's all that matters. You don't have to tell me. Come on, the rabbit is done. Come and have some." Cutting off a piece with his knife, he handed it to her as she sat on the ground next to him, pulling her hair back off her face. The meat was hot, so she held it lightly with her fingertips and blew to cool it. Richard cut a piece for himself and sat back.
Richard, when you first saw Shota, did she really look like your mother?
He looked over to Kalen's face, lit by the fire, and nodded before he took a bite.
Your mother was very pretty. You have her eyes and her mouth.
Richard smiled a little at the memory, but it wasn't really her.
So you felt angry that Shota was pretending to be someone she could not be? That she was deceiving you?
She took a bite of the rabbit, breathing in through her mouth because the meat was still hot. She watched him carefully. Richard shrugged, feeling the sting of sorrow. I guess it wasn't fair. Kalen chewed a minute and then swallowed.
That is why I must tell you who I am, even if you hate me for it, because you have been my friend, although I have not been the kind of friend you deserve. That is the other reason I came back, because I didn't want someone else to tell you. I wanted you to hear it from me. After I tell you, if you want me to, I will leave.
Richard looked up at the sky, at the color coming slowly to it. He suddenly wished Kalen weren't telling him what she was. He wished things could stay the way they were. Don't worry, I'm not sending you away. We have a job to do. Remember what Shota said? The Queen won't have the box long. That can only mean someone will take it from her. Better us than Dark and Rahl. Kalen put her hand on his arm.
I don't want you to decide until you hear what I have to say, until you hear what I am. Then if you want me to leave, I will understand.
She looked intently into his eyes.
Richard, I just want you to know that I have never cared for anyone the way I care for you, nor will I ever again. But it is not possible for it to go beyond that. Nothing can ever come of it. Nothing good, anyway.
He refused to believe that. There was a way. There had to be. Richard took a heavy breath, letting it out slowly. All right, then. Out with it. She nodded.
Remember when I told you that some who lived in the Midlands were creatures of magic, and that they couldn't give up that magic because it was part of them?
He nodded to her.
Well, I am one of those creatures. I am more than a woman.
So, what are you?
I am a confessor.
Confessor. Richard knew that word. Every muscle in his body went stiff. His breath caught in his throat. The Book of Counted Shadows suddenly flooded through his mind. Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. His mind raced, as if flipping the pages in his mind's eye, scanning the words, trying to remember the whole book, trying to remember if confessor was mentioned again. No, it wasn't. He knew every word in the book, and confessor was in it only once, at the beginning. He could remember puzzling over what a confessor could be. He hadn't even been sure before that it was a person. He felt the weight of the tooth hanging around his neck. Kalen frowned at the look on his face.
Do you know what a confessor is?
No, he managed. I heard the word before, that's all, from my father. But I don't know what it means. He struggled to regain control of himself. So what does it mean to be a confessor? Kalen pulled her knees up, hugging her arms around them, withdrawing just a little.
It's a power, magic power, that is passed from mother to daughter, going back almost as far as there have been the lands, back beyond the dark time.
Richard didn't know what the dark time was, but didn't interrupt.
It is something we are born with, magic that is part of us, and cannot be separated from us any more than you could be separated from your heart. Any woman who is a confessor will bear children who are confessors, always. But the power is not the same in all of us. In some, it is weaker, in some, stronger.
So you can't get rid of it even if you wanted to. But what sort of magic is it?
She looked away to the fire. It's a power invoked by touch. It's always there inside us. We don't bring it out to use it. Instead, we must always hold it in and use it by releasing our grip of it, relaxing our hold and letting it come forth.
Sort of like holding your stomach in? She smiled at his analogy.
Sort of.
And what does this power do?
She twisted the corner of her cloak. It does not reveal itself well in words. I never thought it would be this troublesome to explain, but to someone who is not from the Midlands, well, it's difficult to put into words. I have never had to do this before, and I'm not even sure it can be done accurately. It's a little like trying to explain fog to a blind person.
Try. She nodded and stole a look into his eyes. "It is the power of love." Richard almost laughed. "And I'm supposed to be afraid of the power of love?" Kalen's back stiffened. Indignation flared in her eyes. Indignation and the kind of timeless look Addie and Shota had flashed him, one that said that his words were disrespectful, that even his small smile was insolent. It was a countenance he was not used to seeing her direct at him. He felt a cold realization that Kalen was not used to having anyone smile about her power and who she was. Her look said more to him about her power than any words could have. Whatever her magic was, it was definitely not something to be smiled about. His small grin withered. When she seemed sure he was not about to say anything else flippant, she went on. "You don't understand. Do not take it lightly." Her eyes narrowed. "Once touched by it, you are no longer the person you were. You are changed forever. Forevermore, you are devoted to the one who touches you, to the exclusion of all else. What you wanted, what you were, who you were, no longer means anything to you. You would do anything for the one who touches you. Your life is no longer yours, it is hers. Your soul is no longer yours, it is hers. The person you were no longer exists." Richard felt bumps on the skin of his arms. "How long does this magic, whatever it is, how long does it last?" "As long as the one I touch is alive," she said evenly. Richard felt the chill run the rest of the way through him. "So it's sort of like you bewitch people." She let out a breath. "Not exactly, but if it helps you to understand, I guess you could put it that way. But the touch of a confessor is much more powerful and final. A bewitching could be removed. My touch cannot. Shota was bewitching you, even though you did not realize it. It's an incremental thing. Witches cannot help it. It's their way. But your anger, and the anger from the sword, protected you. The touch of my power is all at once and final. Nothing could protect you. The person I touch cannot be brought back, because once I touch them, that person is no longer there. That person is gone forever. Their free will is gone forever. One reason I was afraid to go to Shota was because witches hate confessors. They are fiercely jealous of our power, jealous that once touched, the person is totally devoted. The one touched by a confessor would do anything she says." She gave him a hard look. "Anything." Richard felt his mouth go dry as his thoughts scattered in every direction at once, trying desperately to hold on to his hopes, his dreams. The only way he could hold it together and gain time to think was to ask questions. "Does it work on everyone?" "Everyone human, except Darken Rahl. The wizards warned me that the magic of Orden protects him from our touch. He has nothing to fear from me. On those who are not human, it mostly doesn't work because they don't have the capacity for compassion, which the magic requires in order to work. A gar, for example, would not be changed by my touch. It works on some other creatures, but not exactly the same as it does a human." He watched her from under his eyebrows. "Shar, you touched her, didn't you?" Kayla nodded and leaned back a little, the slump settling back into her shoulders. "Yes. She was dying and lonely. She was suffering the pain of being away from her kind, the pain of dying alone. She asked me to touch her. My touch took her fear and replaced it with a love for me that left no room for her own pain, for her own loneliness. Nothing was left of her except her love for me." "What about when I first met you, when the quad was chasing us? You touched one of those men, didn't you?" Kaylin nodded, leaning back the rest of the way against the log, pulling her cloak around her, looking into the fire. "Even though they are sworn to kill me, once I touch one of them, they are mine," she said with finality. "They will fight to the death to protect me. That is the reason Rahl sends 4 men to kill a confessor. It's expected she will touch one. Then there are 3 left to kill him and her. It takes the 3 left because the one will fight so fiercely he usually kills 1, often 2, but that still leaves at least 1 to kill the confessor. On a rare occasion, he will kill the remaining 3. That happened to me with the quad that chased me before the wizard sent me across the boundary." Continuing on page 363. "A quad is the most economical unit to send. They almost always succeed, and if they don't, Rahl will simply send another. We weren't killed on the cliff because you separated them. The one I touched killed the other with him, while you held off the other 2. Then he went after the remaining two, but you had pushed one off the edge, so he used his own life to take the leader over the cliff. He did that because then there wouldn't be any chance of losing in a sword fight. It meant his life too, but that didn't matter to him after I touched him. It was the only way for him to be sure he protected me. Can't you simply touch all four? No. The power is expended with each use. It takes time for it to recover. He felt the hilt of his sword against his elbow, and a sudden thought came to him. When we came through the boundary, and that last man of the quad was after you, and I killed him, I wasn't really saving you, was I? She was silent for a moment before answering. One man, no matter how big or strong, is no threat to a confessor, even a weak confessor, much less me. If you hadn't come when you did, I would have dealt with him. I'm sorry, Richard, she whispered, but there was no need for you to have killed him. I could have handled it. Well, he said dryly, at least I saved you from having to do it. She didn't answer, only looked sadly at him. It seemed she had nothing to say that could bring him any comfort. How much time, he asked. How much time does it take to recover after a confessor has used her power? In every confessor, the power is different. In some, it is weaker, and it may take several days and nights to recover. In most, it takes about 1 day and 1 night. Richard looked over at her. And in you? She looked up at his eyes, almost as if she wished he hadn't asked the question. About 2 hours. He turned back to the fire, not liking the sound of her answer. Is that unusual? She let out a breath. So I have been told. Her voice sounded weary. Shorter time to recover the power also means the power is stronger, works more powerfully in the one touched. That is why some of the quad members I touch are able to kill the other 3. It would not be so for a confessor with a weaker power. Confessors have position according to their power, because the ones with the strongest power will bear daughters who have the best chance of having that stronger power. There is no jealousy among the confessors for those with the strongest power, only deeper affection and devotion in times of trouble. Like since Rahl came through the boundary, the lower ranks will protect the higher, with their lives if need be. He knew she wasn't going to say it unless he asked, so he did. And what is your rank? Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the fire. All confessors follow me. Many laid down their lives to protect mine. Her voice caught for a moment. That I might survive, and somehow use my power to stop Rahl. Of course there are none to follow me now. I am the only one left. Darken Rahl has killed every last one. I'm sorry, Kaelin, he said softly. He was only just beginning to comprehend the importance of the woman she was. So, do you have a title? What do people call you? I am the Mother Confessor. Richard tensed. The sound of Mother Confessor had the chill of terrible authority to it. Richard felt a little overwhelmed. He had always known Kaelin was important, but he had dealt with important people when he was a guide and had learned not to be awed by them. But he never knew she was someone of such prominence. Mother Confessor. Even if he was just a guide and she was this important, he didn't care. He could live with that. Surely she could, too. He wasn't going to lose her, or send her away because of who she was. I don't know what that means. Is it something like a princess or a queen? Kaelin lifted an eyebrow to him. Queens bow down to the Mother Confessor. Now he felt intimidated. You are more than a queen, he winced. The dress I wore when you first saw me, that is a confessor's dress. We all wear them, so there can be no mistaking who we are, although most people of the Midlands would recognize us no matter how we were to dress. All confessors, no matter their age, wear a confessor's dress that is black, except the Mother Confessor. Her dress is white. Kaelin seemed a little annoyed by having to explain her eminence. It feels very odd to me to explain all this, Richard. Everyone in the Midlands knows it all, so I have never had to think about how to put it all into words. It sounds so, I don't know, so arrogant when I put words to it. Well, I'm not from the Midlands. Just try. I need to understand. She nodded and looked back up at him. Kings and queens are masters of their land. They each have their own domain. There are a number of them in the Midlands. Other lands are ruled in different manners, such as by councils. Some are places of magic creatures. The night wisps, for example. No humans live in their lands. The place where the confessors live, my home, is called Aidendrill. It is also the home of the wizards and the Central Council of the Midlands. Aidendrill is a beautiful place. It's been a long time since I have been home, she said wistfully. The confessors and the wizards are closely linked, bonded, much the way the old one, Zed, is linked with the Seeker. No one holds claim to Aidendrill. No ruler would dare to lay claim to it. They all fear it, fear the confessors and the wizards. All the lands of the Midlands contribute to the support of Aidendrill. They all pay tribute. Confessors are above the law of any one land, much the same way the Seeker is ultimately above any law but his own. Yet at the same time, we serve all the people of the Midlands through the Central Council. In the past, arrogant rulers had thought to make the confessors submit to their word. In those times, there were far-sighted confessors, now revered as legends, who knew they must lay the foundation for our independence or forever submit to domination. So the Mother Confessor took the rulers with her power. The rulers were removed from their thrones and replaced with new rulers who understood that confessors were to be left alone. The old rulers, those who were taken, were kept in Aidendrill as little more than slaves. The confessors took these old rulers with them when they traveled to the different lands, made them carry the provisions and luxuries of travel. Back then, there was more ceremony surrounding the confessors than there is now. Anyway, it made the intended impression. I don't understand, Richard said. Kings and queens must be powerful leaders. Didn't they have protection? Didn't they have guards and others to keep them safe? How could a confessor get near to a king or queen to touch them? Yes, they have protection. A lot, in fact. But it's not as difficult as it sounds. A confessor touches one person, maybe a guard. Then she has an ally. He takes her to another. He is taken. Soon she is inside. Each person she touches can get her close to one of higher rank and gains her more allies. Working her way up through the trusted positions and advisors, she can be at the king or queen sooner than you would think, and often before so much as an eyebrow is raised, much less an alarm. Any confessor could do it. The Mother Confessor even easier. The Mother Confessor with a band of her sisters would sweep through a castle like the plague. Not that such an effort is without danger. Many confessors died, but the goal was seen as worth it. This is the reason no land is closed to a confessor, though it may be to every other. Closing a land to a confessor is tantamount to an admission of guilt and is sufficient cause for the leader to be taken from power. This is why the Mud People, for example, allow me in, even though they do not often let other outsiders in. Not allowing a confessor access would raise questions and suspicions. A leader involved in any sort of plot would gladly grant a confessor free access to try to hide their involvement in any subversion. In those times, there were some among the confessors who were more than willing to use their power as they wanted to root out wrongdoing as they saw it. The wizards exerted their influence to bring this under control, but the confessor's zeal showed the people what a confessor was capable of. But those were different times. Taking a ruler from power. Different times or not, Richard found all this hard to take, to justify. What gave these confessors the right? She shook her head slowly. What we are doing now, you and I, is it much different from what has been done in the past? Taking a ruler from power? We all do what we think we must, what we think is right. He shifted his weight uncomfortably. I see your point, he admitted. Have you done this before? Removing a ruler? She shook her head. Still, the leaders of the lands are all keen to avoid my attention. It is much the same way with the Seeker. At least it used to be, before you and I were born. Then, Seekers were more feared and respected than confessors. She gave him a meaningful look. They, too, have dethroned kings. Now, though, because the old one was ignored and the sword had become a political favor, they are seen as less, little more than pawns, thieves. I'm not sure that has changed, Richard said, more to himself than to her. Much of the time, I feel as if I am nothing more than a pawn being moved by others, even by Zed, and... He shut his mouth and didn't finish. She did it for him. And by me. I don't mean it that way. It's just that sometimes I wish I had never heard of the sort of truth. But at the same time, I can't allow Rahl to win, so I'm stuck with my duty. I guess I have no choice, and that's what I hate. Kaylin smiled sadly as she folded her legs under her. Richard, as you come to understand what I am, I hope you can remember it's the same with me. I, too, have no choice. But with me it's worse because I was born with my power. At least when this is all done, you can give the sword back if you want. I am a confessor for as long as I live. She paused, then added, Since I have come to know you, I would pay any price to be able to give it up and just be a normal woman. Richard didn't know what to do with his hands, so he picked up a stick and started drawing lines in the dirt. I still don't understand. Why are you called confessors? What does confessor mean? He was able to look up at her only with great difficulty. Kaylin took on an expression of pain that made him feel sorry for her. It is what we do. We are the final arbiters of truth. It is the reason the wizards gave us the power, back in times long forgotten. It is how we serve the people. Final arbiter of truth, he repeated with a frown. Something like a seeker. She nodded. Seekers and confessors are linked in purpose. In a way, we are the opposite ends of the same magic. The wizards of long ago were almost like rulers, and they became frustrated by the corruption about them. They hated the lies and deception. They wanted a way to prevent corrupt leaders from using their power to deceive and subvert the people. You see, these unscrupulous leaders would simply accuse their political enemies of a crime and have them executed for it, at once dishonoring them and eliminating them. The wizards wanted a way to put a stop to this. They needed a way that left no room for doubt, so they created a magic and gave it a life of its own. They created the confessors from a select group of women. They picked the women carefully because once brought to life in these women, the power had a life of its own and would pass to their offspring forever. She looked down at the stick, idly watching him draw lines. We use our power to find the truth when the truth is important enough. Mostly now it is used to make sure a person sentenced to death is really guilty. When a person is condemned to death, we touch them, and then once they are ours, we have them confess. Richard found himself leaning over, the stick frozen in place. He forced himself to move it as she went on. Once touched, even the most vile of murderers will do as we command and will confess his crimes. Occasionally, the courts are not sure they have the right man, and so a confessor is called in to find the truth. In most lands, the law states that none can be put to death without first giving a confession, so all can be sure they are putting the right man to death and not letting the guilty escape, and that it's not an act of political revenge. Some peoples of the Midlands won't use a confessor, the Mud people, for example. They don't want what they see as outside interference, but they still fear us because they know what we can do. We respect the wishes of these people. There is no law forcing them to use our services. But still, we would force it on them if we suspected there was deception involved. Most lands, though, do use us. They find it expedient. The confessors were the ones who first uncovered the plotting and subversion taking place on behalf of Dark and Rahl. Discovering important truths such as this is the very reason wizards created confessors and seekers in the first place. Dark and Rahl was not happy we discovered his scheming. In rare cases, someone who is to be put to death without the use of a confessor will call for a confessor to be brought in so that he may give a true confession and thus prove his innocence. In all of the Midlands, this is the right of the condemned. Her voice became softer, weaker. I hate that the most. No one who is guilty would call for a confessor. It would only prove them to be guilty. Even before I touch these men, I know they are innocent, but I must do it anyway. If you ever saw the look in their eyes when I touch them, you would understand. So when we are called, and even though these men are innocent, they are left. Richard swallowed. How many confessions have you taken? She shook her head slowly. Too many to count. I have spent half my life in prisons and dungeons with the most vicious and loathsome animals you could imagine. Yet most look to be nothing more than a kindly shopkeeper or brother or father or neighbor. After I touch them, I have heard them all tell me the things they have done. For a long time in the beginning, it gave me such nightmares I feared sleeping. The stories of the things they had done. You can't even imagine. Richard tossed the stick aside and took her hand in his, squeezing it tightly. She was starting to cry. Kaylin, you don't have to. I remember the first man I killed. Her lip quivered. "I still have dreams about him. He confessed to me the things he had done to his neighbor's 3 daughters. The oldest was only 5. He looked up at me with wide eyes after he'd told me the most ghastly things you could imagine. And he said, 'What is your wish, my mistress?' And without thinking, I said, 'My wish is for you to die.'" She wiped some of the tears off her cheek with trembling fingers. He dropped dead on the spot. "What did the people there say?" What would they dare say to a confessor who has just made a man drop dead in front of their eyes simply by her command? They all just backed up and got out of our way when we left. It is not something every confessor can do. It even scared my wizard speechless. Richard frowned. "Your wizard?" She nodded as she finished wiping the tears away. "Wizards see it as their duty to protect us, as we are universally feared and hated. Confessors almost always travel with the protection of a wizard. One was assigned to each of us when we were called to take a confession. Rahl managed to separate us from our wizards, and now they are dead too, except Zed and Giller." Richard picked up the rabbit. It was getting cold. He cut off another piece and handed it to her, then tore off a piece for himself. "Why would the confessors be feared and hated?" "The relatives and friends of the man to be executed hate us because they often don't believe their loved one would do the things they confess to. They would rather believe we somehow trick them into confessing." She picked at the meat, pulling off little pieces and chewing them slowly. "I have found that people do not often want to believe the truth. It is of little value to them. Some have tried to kill me. This is one of the reasons a wizard was always with us, to protect us until our power is recovered." Richard swallowed his mouthful. "That doesn't sound like enough reason to me." "It is more than simply what we do. This must all sound very strange to someone who has not lived with it. The ways of the Midlands, of magic, must seem very odd to you." Odd was not the right word, he thought. Frightening was more like it. "Confessors are independent. People resent that. Men resent that none of them can rule us, or even tell us what to do. Women resent that we do not live the kind of life they do, that we do not live in the traditional role of women. We do not take care of a man or submit to one. We are seen as privileged. Our hair is long, a symbol of our authority. They are made to keep their hair short, as a sign of submission to their man, and every other person of higher status than they. It may seem a small matter to you, but to our people, no matter having to do with power is small. A woman who allows her hair to grow beyond the length appropriate to her status is forced to forfeit some of that status in punishment. In the Midlands, long hair on a woman is a sign of authority, bordering on defiance. It is a sign that we have the power to do as we wish, and that none may command us, that we are a threat to all. Much as your sword tells people the same thing. No confessor would wear her hair short, and that rankles people, that none could dare make us do so. It is ironic that we are less free than they, yet they don't see that part of it. We do their distasteful tasks for them, and yet we are not free to choose what we will do with our own lives. We are prisoners of our power." Kaelin ate the rest of the meat he had given her while he thought about how ironic it also was that the confessors brought love to the most hateful of criminals. Yet they could not bring it to ones with whom they would choose closeness. He knew there was something else she was trying to explain. "I think your long hair is pretty," he said. "I like it the way it is." Kaelin smiled. "Thank you." She tossed the bones into the fire, watching it for a time, then looked down at her hands as she clicked her thumbnails together. "And then there is the matter of choosing a mate." Richard finished his piece of meat and threw the bone in the fire. He leaned back against the log, not liking the sound of this. "Choosing a mate? What do you mean?" She studied her hands, as if trying to find refuge in them. "When a confessor reaches the age to be a proper mother, she must choose a mate. A confessor may choose any man she wishes, even one already married. She may roam the Midlands, searching for a proper father to her daughters, one who is strong, and maybe one who is handsome to her eyes, whatever she wants. Men are terrified of a confessor who is looking for a mate, because they don't want to be chosen, to be touched by her. Women are terrified because they don't want their man or their brother or their son to be taken. They all know they have no say in the matter. Any who stood in the way of a confessor's choosing would be taken by her. People are afraid of me First, because I am the mother confessor, and second, because I am long past the time I should have chosen a mate. Richard still clung tenaciously to his hopes and dreams. But what if you care about someone and they care for you? Kaylin shook her head sadly. Confessors have no friends but other confessors. It is not a problem. No one would ever have feelings for a confessor. Every man is afraid of us. She left unsaid that it was a problem now. Her voice was choking up again. We are taught from a young age that the mate we choose must be a man of strength, so that the children we bear will be strong. But it must not be someone we care for, because we would destroy him. That is why nothing can come of us. But why? He felt himself fighting against her words, her power. Because... She looked away, her face unable to mask her pain, her green eyes filling with tears. Because in the throes of passion, a confessor's hold on the power would relax, and she would release it into him, even though she didn't mean to, and then he would no longer be the person she cared for. There is no way for her to prevent herself from doing it. None. He would be hers, but not in the same way. The very one she cared for would be with her, but only because of the magic. No longer by his choice, and not because he wanted to. He would only be a shell, holding what she had put into him. No confessor would want that for a man for whom she cared. That is why confessors, since time long forgotten, have shut themselves away from men for fear they would grow to care for one. Though we are seen as heartless, it is not true. We all fear what our touch would do to a man we held dear. Some confessors choose men who are disliked or even hated so as not to destroy a kind heart. Though it is only the choice of a few, it is the way they deal with it, and is their right. No other confessor would criticize one who has chosen in this manner. We all understand it. Her tearful eyes looked at him, pleading for him to understand. But I could... He could think of no defense for his heart. I could not. For me, it would be the same as you wanting to be with your mother and instead having Shota appearing to be your mother. But she wasn't. It would just be an illusion of love. Do you understand? She cried. Would that bring you any true joy? Richard felt the hopes of his world collapsing in the flames of his understanding. His heart sank into the ashes. The spirit house, he asked in a dry voice. Is that what Shota was talking about? Is that when you came within a breath of using your power on me? His tone was a little colder than he wished it to be. Yes. Her voice broke with emotion as she tried to keep from crying. I'm sorry, Richard. She knitted her fingers together. I have never before cared for anyone the way I care for you. I wanted to be with you so badly. I almost forgot who I was. I almost didn't care. Tears started running down her cheeks. Do you see now how dangerous my power is? Do you see how easily I could destroy you? If you hadn't stopped me when you did, you would have been lost. He felt an agony of compassion for her, for what she was, and for the fact that she couldn't do anything about it. And he felt the ache of his own pain at the feeling of loss, even though he realized now that there was nothing to lose. She could never have been his, or more precisely, he hers. It all had just been a fantasy in his mind. Zed had tried to warn him, tried to save him this pain. Why couldn't he have listened? Why did he have to be so stupid and think he would be smart enough to figure something out? He knew why. He stood slowly and took a step to the fire so she wouldn't see his tears. He kept swallowing so he could try to talk. Why do you always say she, her, daughter? Why always women? What of the men? Don't confessors bear male children? He realized his voice sounded as if it were scraping over gravel. He listened to the fire crackling for a long time as she didn't answer. He turned back to her when he heard her crying. She looked up and held her hand out for him to help her up. Once up, she leaned against the log, pulled her long hair back from her face, and then folded her arms below her breasts. Yes, confessors bear male children, not as often as in the past, but they still do. She cleared her throat. But the power is stronger in them. They need no time to recover. Sometimes the power becomes everything to them, corrupts them. This is the mistake the wizards made. They chose women for this very reason, but didn't give sufficient thought to how the power would take on a life of its own. They didn't foresee how the power would be passed on to the offspring and be so different in men. Long ago, a few male confessors joined forces and brought about a terrible reign of cruelty. It was called the Dark Time. They were the cause of it. It was a time something like now with Dark and Rahl. At last, the wizards hunted them all down and killed them. Many of the wizards died too. From that time, the wizards withdrew from trying to rule the lands. Too many of them had been killed anyway. Instead, now they only try to serve the people, to help where they can. But they no longer interfere with rulers if they can help it. They have learned bitter lessons. Kalin looked down, away from his eyes as she went on. For some reason, it takes the unique compassion of a woman to handle the power, to be free from its corrupting influence. The wizards don't know the reason for this. It is similar with the Seeker. He must be the right one found by a wizard, or he will use the power for corrupt reasons. That is why Zed was so angry at the Council of the Midlands for taking the naming away from him. Male confessors, not all but most, cannot retain their sense of balance with the power. They don't have the strength to hold it back when they should. She peered up at him. When they wanted a woman, they simply used the power and took her. Many women. They had no restraint, no sense of responsibility for what they were doing. From what I have been told, the Dark Time was one long night of terror. Their reign lasted for years. The wizards had to do a lot of killing. They eventually killed all the offspring of this lust, to prevent the power from spreading uncontrolled. To say the wizards were displeased would not touch it. So what happens now? He asked warily. What happens when a confessor bears a male child? She cleared her throat again, swallowing back her sobs. When a boy is born to a confessor, he is brought to a special place in the center of Aidendrill, where his mother places him on the stone. She shifted her weight. She was clearly having difficulty telling him about this. He took her soft hand in both of his and rubbed the back of it with his thumbs, even though he felt for the first time that he had no business touching her in a familiar manner. As I told you, a man touched by a confessor will do whatever she tells him. She could feel her hand trembling. The mother commands her husband in what he is to do, and he places a rod over the baby's throat, and he steps on both ends. Richard released her hand. Running the fingers of both hands through his hair, he returned to the fire. Every boy child? Yes, she admitted in a voice he could hardly hear. No chance can be taken that any male confessor lives, because he might be one who could not handle the power and would use it to gain dominance for himself. Bring back the Dark Times. The wizards and the other confessors watch carefully any confessor who is with child, and do everything they can to comfort her if it is a boy, and therefore must be... Her voice trailed off. Richard suddenly realized that he hated the Midlands, hated it with a vengeance, second only to what he felt toward Dark and Rahl. For the first time he understood why those in Westland had wanted a place to live without magic. He wished he could be back there, away from any magic. Tears came to his eyes when he thought of how much he missed the Heartland woods. He vowed to himself that if he stopped Rahl, he would see to it that the boundary was put back up. Zed would help with that, there was no doubt. Richard understood now why Zed, too, had wanted to be away from the Midlands, and when the boundary went back up, Richard would be on the other side for as long as he lived. But first, there would be the matter of the sword. He would not give back the Sword of Truth. He would destroy it. Thank you, Kalin, he forced himself to say, for telling me. I wouldn't have wanted to hear this from another. He felt his world withering to nothing. He had always seen stopping Rahl as the beginning of his life, a point where he went forward and anything was possible. Now stopping Rahl was an end, not only of Rahl, but of him too. There was nothing beyond that. Everything beyond was dead. When he stopped Rahl and Kalin was safe, he would go back to the Heartland woods alone, and his life would be over. He could hear her crying behind him. Richard, if you want me to leave, please do not be afraid to tell me so. I will understand. It is something a confessor is used to. He looked down at the dying fire for a moment and then closed his eyes tight, forcing back the lump in his throat, the tears. Pain seared through his chest as it sank with his labored breathing. Please, Kalin, is there any way, he asked, any way at all that we could... for us? No, she moaned. He rubbed his shaking hands together. Everything was lost to him. "Kaylin," he managed at last, "is there any law or rule or something that says we can't be friends?" She answered in a whining cry, "No." He turned numbly to her and put his arms around her. "I could really use a friend right now," he whispered. "Me too," she cried against his chest as she hugged him back. "But I can be no more." "I know," he said as tears ran down his cheeks. "But, Kaylin, I love—" She put her fingers to his lips to silence him. "Don't say that," she cried. "Please, Richard, don't ever say that." She could stop him from saying it out loud, but not in his mind. She clung to him, sobbing, and he remembered when they had been in the Wayward Pine after they first met, and the underworld had almost reclaimed her. She had clung to him, and he had thought at the time that she was not used to having anyone hold her. Now he knew why. He laid his cheek against the top of her head. A small flame of his anger flickered in the ashes of his dreams. "Have you picked your mate yet?" She shook her head. "There are more important things to worry about right now. But if we win and I live, then I must." "Make one promise for me." "If I can." His throat felt so hot he had to swallow twice to talk. "Promise me you won't pick him until I'm back in Westland. I don't want to know who it is." She sobbed for a moment before she answered, her fingers clutching tighter at his shirt. "I promise." After a time of standing, holding her, trying to get control of himself, fighting back the blackness, he forced a smile. "You're wrong about one thing." "And what would that be?" "You said no man can command a confessor." "You are wrong. I command the mother confessor herself. You are sworn to protect me. I hold you to your duty as my guide." She laughed a painful little laugh against his chest. "It would appear you are right. Congratulations, you are the first man ever to have done so. And what does my master command of his guide?" "That she doesn't give me any more trouble about ending her life. I need her. And that she gets us to the Queen and the box before Rawl, and then sees us safely away." Kaylin nodded her head against his chest. "By your command, my lord." She separated from him, put her hands on his upper arms, and gave them a squeeze as she smiled through her tears. "How is it that you can always make me feel better, even at the worst times of my life?" He shrugged, forced himself to smile for her, even though he was dying inside. "I am the Seeker. I can do anything." He wanted to say more, but his voice failed him. Her smile widened as she shook her head. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher," she whispered. He only wished he were alone so he could cry. Chapter 35. With his boot, Richard pushed little piles of dirt over the dying embers of the fire, snuffing out the only heat in the dawn of the cold new day. The sky was brightening into an icy blue, and a sharp wind blew from the west. Well, at least the wind would be at their backs, he thought. Near his other boot lay the roasting stick that Kaylin had used to cook the rabbit she had caught herself with the snare he had taught her to make. He felt his face flush with the thought of that, the thought of him, a woods guide, teaching her things like that. The mother confessor. More than a queen. Queens bow to the mother confessor, she had said. He felt as foolish as he had ever felt in his life. Mother confessor. Who did he think he was? Zed had tried to warn him, if he had only listened. Emptiness threatened to consume him. He thought of his brother, his friends, Zed and Chase. Though it didn't fill the void, at least he had them. Richard watched Kaylin shouldering her pack. She had no one, he thought. Her only friends, the other confessors, were dead. She was alone in the world, alone in the Midlands, surrounded by people she was trying to save who feared and hated her, and enemies who wanted to kill her, or worse, and not even her wizard to protect her. He understood why she had been afraid to tell him. He was her only friend. He felt even more foolish for thinking only of himself. If her friend was all he could be, then that's what he would be, even if it killed him. "It must have been hard to tell me," he said, as he adjusted the sword at his hip. She pulled her cloak around her against the gusts of cold wind. Her face had resumed once more the calm expression that showed nothing, except that, as well as he knew her, he could now read the trace of pain in it. "It would have been easier to have killed myself." He watched as she turned and started off, then followed after her. If she had told him in the beginning, he wondered, would he still be with her? If she had told him before he had come to know her, would he have been too afraid to be near her, same as everyone else? Maybe she had been right in being afraid to tell him sooner. But then, if she had, it might have spared him what he was feeling now. Near to midday, they came to a juncture of trails, marked with a stone half again as tall as he. Richard stopped, studying the symbols cut into the polished faces. What do they mean? They give direction to different towns and villages and their distances, she said, warming her hands under her armpits. She inclined her head toward a trail. If we want to avoid people, this trail is best. How much farther? She looked at the stone again. I usually travel the roads between towns, not these less traveled trails. The stone does not give the distance by the trail, only by the roads, but I would guess a few more days. Richard drummed his fingers on the hilt of his sword. Are there any towns near? She nodded. We are an hour or two from Horner's Mill. Why? We could save ourselves time if we had horses. She looked up the trail toward the town, as if she could somehow see it. Horner's Mill is a lumber town, a sawmill. They would have a lot of horses, but it may not be a good idea. I have heard their sympathies lie with Dahara. Why don't we go have a look? If we had horses, it could save us a day at least. I have some silver and a piece or two of gold. Maybe we could buy some. I guess if we are careful, we could go have a look. But don't you dare pull out any of your silver or gold. It is Westland marked, and these people view anyone from across the western boundary as a threat. Stories and superstition. Well, how will we get horses then? Steal them? She lifted an eyebrow. Have you forgotten so soon? You are with the Mother Confessor. I have but to ask. Richard covered his displeasure as best he could with a blank face. Let's go have a look. Horner's Mill sat hard on the edge of the Calicidron River, drawing both power for the sawmills and transportation for the logs and lumber from the muddy brown water. Spillways snaked through the work areas, and ramshackle mill buildings loomed over the other structures. Stickered stacks of lumber lay row upon row under roofs of open buildings, and even more lay under tarps, waiting for either barges to take them by river or wagons to take them by road. Houses squatted close together on the hillside above the mill, looking as if they had started life as temporary shelter, and as the years had worn on, became unfortunately permanent. Even from a distance, Richard and Kaylin both knew that something was wrong. The mill was silent, the streets empty. The whole town should have been alive with activity. There should have been people at the shops, on the docks, at the mill, and in the streets. But there was no sign of beast or man. The town hunched in quiet, except for some tarps flapping in the wind and a few squeaking and banging tin panels on the mill buildings. When they got close enough, the wind brought something other than flapping tarps and banging tin. It brought the putrid smell of death. Richard checked that his sword was loose in its scabbard. Bodies, puffy and swollen, nearly ready to burst, stretched buttons and oozed fluid that attracted clouds of flies. The dead lay in corners and up against buildings like autumn leaves blown into piles. Most had ghastly wounds. Some were pierced through with broken lances. The silence seemed alive. Doors smashed in and broken hung at odd angles from a single hinge, or lay in the street with personal belongings and broken pieces of furniture. Windows in every building were shattered. Some of the buildings were nothing more than cold, charred piles of beams and rubble. Richard and Kaylin both held their cloaks across their noses and mouths, trying to shield themselves against the stench as their eyes were pulled to the dead. "Rahl?" he asked her. She studied different tumbled bodies from a distance. "No. This is not the way Rahl kills. This was a battle. Looks more like a slaughter to me." She nodded her agreement. "Remember the dead among the mud people? That is what it looks like when Rahl kills. It is always the same. This is different." They walked along through the town, staying close to the buildings, away from the center of the street, occasionally having to step over the gore. Every shop was looted, and what wasn't carried off was destroyed. From one shop, a bolt of pale blue cloth with evenly spaced dark stains had unwound itself across the road, as if it had been thrown out because its owner had ruined it in death. Kalin pulled his sleeve and pointed. On the wall of a building was written a message, in blood. "Death to all who resist the Westland." "What do you suppose that means?" she whispered, as if the dead might hear her. He stared at the dripping words. "I can't even imagine." He started off again, turning back twice to frown at the words on the wall. Richard's eye was caught by a cart sitting in front of a grain store. The cart was half loaded with small furniture and clothes, the wind whipping at the sleeves of little dresses. He exchanged a glance with Kalin. Someone was left alive, and it looked as if they were preparing to leave. He stepped carefully through the empty doorframe of the grain store, Kalin close at his back. Streamers of sunlight coming through the door and window sent shafts through the dust inside the building, falling on spilled sacks of grain and broken barrels. Richard stood just inside the doorway to one side with Kalin to the other until his eyes adjusted to the dark. There were fresh footprints, mostly small ones, through the dust. His eyes followed them behind a counter. He gripped the hilt of his sword but didn't draw it, and went to the counter. People cowered behind, trembling. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said in a gentle voice. "Come out."
"Are you a soldier with the People's Peace Army here to help us?" came a woman's voice from behind the counter.
Richard and Kalin frowned at each other. "No," she said. "We are just travelers passing through." A woman with a dirty, tear-stained face and short, dark, matted hair pushed her head up. Her drab-brown dress was ragged and torn. Richard took his hand away from his sword so as not to frighten her. Her lip quivered and her hollow eyes blinked at them in the dim light as she motioned others to come out. There were 6 children, 5 girls and 1 boy, another woman, and an old man. Once they were out, the children clinging woodenly to the 2 women, the 3 adults glanced at Richard, then stared openly at Kalin. Their eyes went wide, and they all shrank back as one against the wall. Richard frowned in confusion. Then he realized what they were staring at. Her hair. The 3 adults collapsed to their knees, heads bowed, each with their eyes to the floor. The children buried their faces silently in the women's skirts. With a sideways glance at Richard, Kalin quickly motioned with her hands for them to get up. They had their eyes fixed on the floor and couldn't see her frantic gesturing. "Get up," she said. "There is no need for that." "Get up." Their heads came up, confused. They looked at her hands, urging them to get to their feet. With great reluctance, they complied. "By your command, Mother Confessor," one woman said in a shaking voice. "Forgive us, Mother Confessor. We did not recognize you by your clothes at first. Forgive us, we are only humble people. Forgive us for—" Kalin gently cut her off. "What is your name?" The woman bowed deeply from the waist, remaining bent. "I am Regina Clark, Mother Confessor." Kalin grabbed her by her shoulders and straightened her. "Regina, what has happened here?" Regina's eyes filled with tears, and she cast a shrinking glance toward Richard as her lip trembled. Kalin looked back to him. "Richard," she said softly, "why don't you take the old man and the children outside?" He understood. The women were too afraid to talk in front of him. He gave a helping arm to the stooped old man and herded 4 of the children out. 2 of the youngest girls refused to leave the women's skirts, but Kalin nodded to him that it was all right. The 4 children clung together in a clump as they sat on the step outside, eyes empty and distant. None would answer when he asked their names or even look at him, except with frightened peeks to make sure he didn't come any closer. The old man only stared blankly ahead when Richard asked his name. "Can you tell me what happened here?" Richard asked him. His eyes widened as he looked out over the street. "Westlanders." Tears welled up, and he wouldn't say anything else. Fearing to get any more forceful, he decided to let the old man be. Richard offered him a piece of dried meat from his pack, but he ignored it. The children shrank back from his hand as he held it out with the same offer. He put the meat back in his pack. The oldest girl, just nearing womanhood, looked at him as if he might slay them or eat them on the spot. He had never seen anyone so terrified. Not wanting to frighten her or the other children more than they were, he kept his distance, smiled reassuringly, and promised he wouldn't hurt them or even touch them. They didn't look as if they believed him.
Richard turned toward the door often. He was uncomfortable and wished Kaylin would come out. At last she did, her face an intense mask of calmness, a spring wound too tight. Richard stood, and the children ran back into the building. The old man stayed where he was. She took Richard's arm, walking him away. "There are no horses here," she said, watching fixedly ahead as she walked back the way they had come. "I think it best if we stay off the roads, stay to the less-traveled trails." "Kaylin, what's going on?" He looked back over his shoulder. "What happened here?" She glared at the bloody message on the wall as they went past. "Death to all who resist the Westland." "Missionaries came, telling the people of the glory of Darken Ral. They came often, telling the town council of the things they would have when Dahara rules all the lands, telling everyone of Ral's love for all the people." "That's crazy," Richard whispered harshly. "Nonetheless, the people of Horner's Mill were won over. They all agreed to declare the town a territory of Dahara. The People's Peace Army marched in, treating everyone with the utmost respect, buying goods from the merchants, spending silver and gold with abandon." She pointed back at the rows of lumber under tarps. "The missionaries were as good as their word. Orders came down for lumber, a lot of lumber, to build new towns where people would live in prosperity under the glowing rule of Father Ral." Richard shook his head in wonderment. "Then what?" "Word spread. There was more work here than the town people could handle. Work for Father Ral. More people came in to work the orders for lumber. While all this was going on, the missionaries told the people of the threat to them from Westland. The threat to Father Ral from Westland." "From Westland?" Richard was incredulous. She nodded. "Then the People's Peace Army moved out, saying they were needed to fight the Westland forces, to protect the other towns that had sworn allegiance to Dahara. The people begged for some to stay for protection. In return for their loyalty and devotion, a small detachment was left behind." Richard ushered her back onto the trail ahead of him as he gave one last puzzled glance over his shoulder. "So it wasn't Ral's army that did this?" The trail was wide enough, so she waited until he was next to her before she went on. "No. They said that everything was fine for a while. Then, about a week ago, at sunrise, a military unit of the Westland Army swept in, killing the Dahara detachment to a man. After that, they went on a rampage, killing people indiscriminately and sacking the town. As the Westland soldiers killed, they yelled that this was what happens to anyone following Ral, to anyone who resists Westland. Before the sun set, they were gone." Richard grabbed a fistful of shirt at her shoulder, jerking her to face him. "That's not true! Westlanders wouldn't do this. It wasn't them. It couldn't be." She blinked at him. "Richard, I did not say it was true. I am merely telling you what I was told, what those people back there believe." He released his grip on her shirt, his face having a second reason for its flush. He couldn't help himself from adding, "No Westland army did this." He started to turn back to the trail, but she took his arm, halting him. "That is not the end of it." By her eyes, he knew he didn't want to hear the end of it. He nodded for her to go on. "Those left alive began leaving at once, taking what they could carry. More left the next day, some after burying members of their families. That night, a detachment of Westlanders came back, maybe 50 men. There were only a handful of townspeople left by that time. The people were told that resistors to Westland are not allowed to be buried, that they are to be left for animals to pick clean as a reminder to all of what will happen to any who resist the rule of Westland. To make their point, they collected all the men still left, even the boys, and executed them." By Kaylin's inflection of the word executed and making no mention of the manner, he knew he didn't want to know. The little boy and the old man back there were somehow overlooked, or they would have been killed too. The women were made to watch. She paused. "How many women were left?" She shook her head. "I don't know, not many." She peered back up the trail, staring off toward the town a moment before her intensely angry eyes returned to his. "The soldiers raped the women. And the girls." Her eyes burned into his. "Each one of those girls you saw back there was raped by at least—" "Westlanders did not do this." She studied his face. "I know, but who? Why?" Her expression cooled back to calm. He stared back at her in frustration. Isn't there anything we can do for them? Our job is not to protect a few people or the dead. It is to protect the living by stopping Dark and Rahl. We do not have the time to give. We must get to Tamarang. Whatever trouble is about, we had best stay off the roads. You're right, he admitted reluctantly, but I don't like it. Nor do I. Her features softened. Richard, I think they will be safe. Whatever army it was that did this is not likely to return for a couple of women and children. They will be off to hunt bigger game. Some solace that was, that the killers would be off to hunt larger groups of people to hurt in the name of his homeland. Richard thought about how he hated all this, and remembered how, when he was back in Heartland, his biggest trouble was his brother always telling him what to do. A group of soldiers that big isn't going to be traveling by trail through a thick wood such as this. They'll stay to the roads, but I think it best if we start looking for wayward pines at night. No telling who could be watching. She nodded her agreement. Richard, many people of my homeland have joined with Rahl and done unspeakable crimes. Does that make you think less of me? He frowned. Of course not. And I would think no less of you were it Westland soldiers. It is no crime upon you to have your countrymen do things you abhor. We are at war. We are trying to do as our ancestors have done in the past, seekers and confessors alike, dethrone a ruler. In this, there are only two we can count on, you and me. She studied him with an intense, timeless expression. He realized he was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. A time may come when it is only you. We all do as we must. It was not Kalin who had spoken. It was the mother confessor. It was a hard, uncomfortable moment before she released his eyes, turning at last and starting off. He pulled his cloak tight, chilled from without and within. It was not Westlanders, he muttered under his breath, following behind her. Light for me, Rachel said. The little pile of sticks with rocks all around burst into flame, lighting the inside of the wayward pine with a bright red glow. She put the fire stick back in her pocket, and with a shiver warmed her hands at the fire as she looked down at Sarah lying in her lap. We'll be safe here tonight, she told her doll. Sarah didn't answer. She hadn't talked since the night they ran away from the castle. So Rachel just pretended the doll was talking, telling her she loved her. She gave Sarah silent words an answering hug. She pulled some berries from her pocket, eating them one at a time, warming her hands in between each one. Sarah didn't want any berries. Rachel nibbled on the piece of hard cheese. All the other food she had brought from the castle was gone. Except the loaf of bread, of course, but she couldn't eat that. The box was hidden inside it. Rachel missed Giller something fierce, but she had to do as he had said. She had to keep running away, finding a new wayward pine every night. She didn't know how far she was from the castle. She just kept going while it was day, the sun at her back in the morning and in her face at evening. She had learned that from Brophy. He called it traveling by the sun. She guessed that was what she was doing, traveling. A pine bough moved by itself, making her start. He saw a big hand holding it back, then the shiny blade of a longsword. She stared, her eyes wide. She couldn't move. A man stuck his head in. What have we here? He smiled. Rachel heard a whine and realized it was coming from her throat. Still, she couldn't move. A woman pushed her head in beside the man's. She pulled the man back behind her. Rachel clutched Sarah to her chest. Put the sword away, the woman scolded. You're scaring her. Rachel pulled the partly unbundled loaf of bread close to her hip. She wanted to run, but her legs didn't work. The woman pushed into the wayward pine, came close and knelt down, sitting back on her heels, the man right behind her. Rachel's eyes looked up at her face. Then she saw the woman's long hair, lit by the firelight. Her eyes went even wider, and another cry came from her throat. At last, her legs worked, at least a little. They scooted her backward against the trunk of the tree, pulling the bread with her. Women with long hair were always trouble. She bit down on Sarah's foot, panting, a whine coming with each breath. She squeezed Sarah with all her strength. She tore her eyes from the woman's hair. She darted glances to the sides, looking for a place to run. I'm not going to hurt you, the woman said. Her voice sounded nice, but Princess Violet said the same thing sometimes, just before she slapped her. The woman reached out and touched Rachel's arm. She jumped with a cry, pulling back. "Please," she said, her eyes filling with tears, "don't burn Sarah up." "Who's Sarah?" the man asked. The woman turned and made him hush. She turned back, her long hair falling from her shoulder. Rachel's eyes fixed on it. "I won't burn Sarah," she said in a nice voice. Rachel knew that when a woman with long hair talked in a nice voice, it meant she was probably lying. Still, her voice did sound like it was really nice. "Please," she whined, "can't you just leave us be?" "Us?" The woman glanced around. She looked back right to Sarah. "Oh, I see. So this is Sarah?" Rachel nodded, biting down harder on Sarah's foot. She knew she would get a hard slap if she didn't answer a woman with long hair. "She's a very nice-looking doll." She smiled. Rachel wished she wouldn't smile. When women with long hair smiled, it usually meant there was going to be trouble. The man stuck his head around the woman. "My name's Richard. What's yours?" She liked his eyes. "Rachel." "Rachel, that's a pretty name. But I have to tell you, Rachel, you have the ugliest hair I've ever seen." "Richard," the woman squawked, "how could you say such a thing?" "Well, it's true. Who cut it all crooked like that, Rachel? Some old witch?" Rachel giggled. "Richard," the woman squawked again, "you're going to frighten her." "Oh, nonsense. Rachel, I have a little scissors here in my pack, and I'm pretty good at cutting hair. Would you like me to fix your hair for you? At least I can make it straight. If you leave it like that, you might scare a dragon or something." Rachel giggled again. "Yes, please. I would like to have my hair straight." "All right, then. Come over here and sit on my lap, and we'll fix it right up." Rachel got up and walked around the woman, watching her hands, keeping far away, at least as far away as she could inside the wayward pine. Richard picked her up with a big hand on each side of her waist and set her on his lap. He pulled some strands of hair out. "Let's have a look at what we have here." Rachel kept an eye toward the woman, fearing a slap. He looked over, too. He pointed with the scissors. "This is Kaylin. She scared me at first, too. She's awfully ugly, isn't she?" "Richard, where did you learn to speak to children like this?" He smiled. "Picked it up from a boundary warden I know." Rachel giggled at him. She couldn't help it. "I don't think she's ugly. I think she's the prettiest lady I ever saw." That was the truth, but Kaylin's long hair scared her something fierce. "Well, thank you, Rachel. And you are very pretty, too. Are you hungry?" Rachel wasn't ever supposed to tell anyone with long hair, any lord or lady, that she was hungry. Princess Violet said it was improper, and punished her one time for telling someone she was hungry when she was asked. She looked up at Richard's face. He smiled, but still she was too afraid to tell Kaylin she was hungry. Kaylin patted her arm. "I bet you are. We caught some fish, and if you let us share your fire, we would share some fish with you. What do you say?" She smiled real pretty. Rachel looked up at Richard again. He gave her a wink, then sighed. "I'm afraid I caught more than we can eat. If you don't help us, we'll just have to throw some out." "All right, then. If you're just going to throw them out, I'll help you eat them." Kaylin started taking off her pack. "Where are your parents?" Rachel told the truth because she couldn't think of anything else to say. "Dead." Richard's hand stopped working, then started again. Kaylin got a look like she was sad, but Rachel didn't know if it was real or not. She gave her a squeeze on her arm with a soft hand. "I'm sorry, Rachel." Rachel didn't feel too sad. She didn't remember her parents, only the place she lived with the other children. Richard snipped at her hair, while Kaylin took out a pan and started to fry the fish. Richard was right. There were a lot of fish. Kaylin put some kind of spices on them while they cooked, as Rachel had seen cooks doing. It smelled so good, and her stomach was making noises. Little pieces of hair were falling down around her. She smiled to herself at how mad Princess Violet would be if she knew Rachel's hair was cut straight. Richard snipped off one of the longer curls and tied a thin little vine around one end of it. He put it in her hand. She frowned up at him. "You're supposed to keep that. Then someday, if you like a boy, you can give him a lock of your hair, and he can keep it in his pocket right next to his heart." He winked at her. "To remember you by." Rachel giggled. You're the silliest man I ever saw." He laughed. Kaylin smiled while she looked over at him. Rachel stuffed the lock of hair in her pocket. "Are you a lord?" "Sorry, Rachel, I'm just a woods guide." His face got a little sad then. She was glad he wasn't a lord. He turned and dug a little mirror out of his pack and handed it to her. "Have a look. Tell me what you think." She held it up, trying to see herself in the mirror. It was the littlest mirror she ever saw, and it took a minute to get it in the right place so she could see herself in the firelight. When she did, her eyes went wide, and she got tears. She threw her arms around Richard. "Oh, thank you, Richard, thank you. It's the prettiest my hair has ever been." He gave her back a hug that felt as good as any Giller had ever given her. One of his big, warm hands rubbed her back. It was a long hug, too, the longest she had ever got, and she wished it would never end. But it did. Kaylin shook her head to herself. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cipher," she whispered to him. Kaylin stuck a big piece of fish on a stick for her and told her to blow on it until it was cool enough not to burn her mouth. Rachel blew a little, but she was too hungry to blow for long. It was the bestest fish she ever had. It was as good as the piece of meat the cooks had given her that one time. "Ready for another piece?" Kaylin asked. Rachel nodded. Then she pulled a knife from her belt. "Should we all have a slice of your bread with the fish?" She started to reach for it. Rachel dove for the loaf of bread, snatching it away just before Kaylin got her hand on it. Rachel hugged it to her with both arms. "No!" She pushed with her heels, scooting back away from Kaylin. Richard stopped eating. Kaylin frowned. Rachel reached one hand into her pocket, her fingers clutching the fire stick Giller had given her. "Rachel, what's the matter?" Kaylin asked. Giller had told her not to trust anyone. She had to think of something. What would Giller say? "It's for my grandmother." She could feel a tear run down her cheek. "Well then," Richard said, "since it's for your grandmother, we won't touch it. Promise. Isn't that right, Kaylin?" "Of course. I'm sorry, Rachel. We didn't know. I promised too. Forgive me?" Rachel took her hand back out of her pocket and nodded. The lump in her throat was too big to talk past. "Rachel," Richard asked, "where is your grandmother?" Rachel froze stiff. She didn't really have a grandmother. She tried to think of the name of a place she had heard of. She thought about places she had heard the Queen's advisor's name. She said the first one that came into her head. Horner's Mill. Before the words were finished coming out of her mouth, she knew it was a mistake. Richard and Kaylin both got scared looks on their faces and turned to look at each other. It was real quiet for a minute. Rachel didn't know what was going to happen. She looked to the sides of the wayward pine, the spaces between the branches. "Rachel, we won't touch your grandmother's bread," Richard said in a soft voice. "We promise." "Come, have another piece of fish," Kaylin said. "You can leave the loaf of bread over there. We won't bother it." Rachel still didn't move. She thought about running away, fast as she could, but she knew they could run faster and would catch her. She had to do as Giller told her, hide with the box until winter, or all those people would get their heads chopped off. Richard picked up Sarah and put her on his lap. He pretended to give her a piece of fish. "Sarah's going to eat all the fish. If you want any, you better get over here and have your share. Come on, you can sit on my lap and eat, all right?" Rachel searched their faces, trying to decide if they were telling the truth. Women with long hair could lie easily. She looked at Richard. He didn't look like he was lying. She got up and ran over to him. He pulled her into his lap, then put Sarah on her lap. Rachel snuggled up against him while they all ate fish. She didn't look at Kaylin. Sometimes, when you looked at a lady with long hair, it was improper, Princess Violet said. She didn't want to do anything that would get her a slap, or anything to get taken off Richard's lap. It was warm in his lap, and made her feel safe. "Rachel," Richard said, "I'm sorry, but we can't let you go to Horner's Mill. There's no one left in Horner's Mill. It's not safe there." "That's all right. I'll go somewhere else then." "I'm afraid it's not safe anywhere, Rachel," Kaylin said. "We will take you with us, so you will be safe." "Where?" Kaylin smiled. "We are going to Tamarang to see the Queen." Rachel stopped chewing. She couldn't breathe. "We will take you with us. I'm sure the Queen will be able to find someone to take care of you if I ask." "Kaylin, are you sure about this?" Richard whispered. What about the wizard? Kalin nodded and spoke softly to him. We will see to her before I skin Giller. Rachel forced herself to swallow so she could breathe. She knew it. She knew she shouldn't trust a woman with long hair. She almost cried. She was just starting to like Kalin. Richard was so nice. Why would he be nice to Kalin? Why would he even be with a woman mean enough to hurt Giller? It must be like when she was nice to Princess Violet so she wouldn't get hurt. He must be afraid of getting hurt, too. She felt sorry for Richard. She wished he could run away from Kalin like she was running away from Princess Violet. Maybe she should tell Richard about the box, and he could run away from Kalin with her. No. Giller said not to trust anyone. He might be too afraid of Kalin, and tell her. She had to be brave for Giller, for all the other people. She had to get away. We can deal with it in the morning, Kalin said. We better get some sleep so we can be off at first light. Richard nodded as he hugged her. I'll take the first watch. You get some sleep. He picked her up and handed her to Kalin. Rachel bit her tongue to keep from screaming. Kalin hugged her tight. Rachel looked down at her knife. Even the princess didn't have a knife. She put her arms out to Richard with a whine. Richard smiled and put Sarah in her hands. That wasn't what she wanted, but she hugged Sarah tight and bit down on her foot to keep from crying. Richard mussed her hair. See you in the morning, little one. And then he was gone, and she was alone with Kalin. She squeezed her eyes shut tight. She had to be brave. She couldn't cry. But then she did. Kalin held her tight. Rachel shook. Fingers stroked her hair. Kalin rocked her while Rachel eyed a dark gap in the bowels on the other side of the wayward pine. Kalin's chest was making funny little movements, and Rachel realized with wonder that she was crying too. Kalin put her cheek against the top of her head. She almost started to believe, but then she remembered what Princess Violet said sometimes, that it hurt more to punish than to be punished. Her eyes went wide at what Kalin must be planning that would make her cry. Even Princess Violet never cried when she dealt out a punishment. Rachel cried harder and shook. Kalin took her hands away and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Rachel's legs were too wobbly to run. Are you cold? Kalin whispered. Her voice sounded like there were still tears in it. Rachel was afraid that no matter what she said, she would get a slap. She gave a nod, ready for what might happen. Instead, Kalin took a blanket out of her pack and wrapped it around the both of them. She guessed so it would be harder to get away. Come lie close, and I will tell you a story. We will keep each other warm, all right? Rachel lay on her side, her back against Kalin, who curled all around her and put her arm over her. It felt nice, but she knew it was a trick. Kalin's face was close to her ear as she lay there. Kalin told her a story about a fisherman who turned into a fish. The words made pictures in her head, and for a while she forgot about her troubles. Once, she and Kalin even laughed together. When she was finished with the story, Kalin kissed the top of her head and then stroked the side of her forehead. She pretended Kalin wasn't really mean. It couldn't hurt to pretend. Nothing had ever felt as good as those fingers on her, and the little song Kalin sang in her ear. Rachel thought this must be what it felt like to have a mother. Against her will, she fell asleep and had wonderful dreams. She came awake in the middle of the night when Richard woke Kalin, but she pretended she was still asleep. You want to keep sleeping with her? He whispered real soft. Rachel held her breath. No, Kalin whispered back. I'll take my watch. Rachel could hear her putting on her cloak and going outside. She listened to which way Kalin's feet went. After he put some more wood in the fire, Richard lay down close. She could see the inside of the wayward pine brighten. She knew Richard was watching her. She could feel his eyes on her back. She wanted so much to tell him how mean Kalin really was and ask him to run away with her. He was such a nice man, and his hugs were the bestest things in the whole world. He reached over and pulled the blanket up around her tighter, tucking it under her chin. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could hear him lie on his back and pull his blanket up. Rachel waited until she heard his even breathing and she knew he was asleep before she slipped out from under the blanket. Chapter 36. Kalin turned expectantly when he batted a limb out of the way as he pushed into the wayward pine and flopped down in front of the fire. He pulled his pack across the ground and started jamming things in it. "Well?" Richard shot her an angry glare. "I found her tracks going west, back the way we came. They joined the trail a few 100 yards out. They're hours old." He pointed to the ground at the back of the wayward pine. "That's where she went out. She circled around you through the woods, well clear of us. I've tracked men who didn't want to be found, and their trails were easier to follow. She walks on top of things, roots, rocks, and she's too little to make a print where another would. Did you see her arms?" "I saw long bruises. They are from a switch." "No, I mean scratches." "I saw no scratches." "Exactly. Her dress had burrs on it. She's been through the bramble, yet she had no scratches on her arms. She's tender, so she avoids brushing up against anything. An adult would just push past, leave a trail of disturbed or broken branches. She almost never touches anything. You should see the trail I left, going through the bushes trying to track her. A blind man could follow it. She moves through the underbrush like air. Even when she was back on the trail, I couldn't tell for a while. Her feet are bare. She doesn't like stepping in water or mud. It makes her feet colder. So she steps where it's dry, where you can't see her passing." "I should have seen her leaving." He realized Kaylin thought he was blaming her. He let out an exasperated breath. "It's not your fault, Kaylin. If I had been standing watch, I wouldn't have seen her go either. She didn't want to be seen. She's one smart little girl." It didn't seem to make her feel any better. "But you can track her, right?" He gave her a sidelong glance. "I can." He reached to his breast. "I found this in my shirt pocket." He lifted an eyebrow. "By my heart." He pulled out the lock of Rachel's hair, tied with the vine. He twisted it in his fingers. "To remember her by." Kaylin's face was ashen as she rose. "This is my fault." She pushed out of the wayward pine. He tried to grab her arm, but she tore away from him. Richard set his pack aside and followed. Kaylin stood off a ways, her arms folded below her breasts, her back to him. She stared off into the woods. "Kaylin, it isn't your fault." She nodded. "It was my hair. Didn't you see the fear in her eyes when she looked at my hair? I have seen that look 1,000 times. Do you have any idea what it's like to frighten people, even children, all the time?" He didn't answer. "Richard, cut my hair for me." "What?" She turned to him, pleading in her eyes. "Cut it off from me." He watched the hurt in her eyes. "Why haven't you just cut it yourself?" She turned away. "I cannot. The magic will not allow a confessor to cut her own hair. If we try, it brings pain so great it prevents us from doing so." "How could that be?" "Remember the pain you suffered from the magic of the sword when you killed a man the first time? It is the same pain. It will render a confessor unconscious before the task can be accomplished. I tried only once. Every confessor tries once. But only once. Our hair must be cut by another when it needs trimming, but none would dare to cut it all off." She turned to him once more. "Will you do it for me? Will you cut my hair?" He looked away from her eyes to the brightening slate-blue sky, trying to understand what it was he was feeling, what it was she must be feeling. There was so much he didn't know about her, still. Her life, her world, was a mystery to him. There had been a time when he wanted to know it all. Now he knew he never could. The gulf between them was filled with magic. Magic designed, it seemed, explicitly to keep them apart. His eyes returned to her. "No." "May I know why?" "Because I respect you for who you are. The Kaylin I know wouldn't want to fool people by trying to make them think she is less than she is. Even if you did fool some, it would change nothing. You are who you are, the Mother Confessor. We all can be no more or less than who we are." He smiled. "A wise woman, a friend of mine, told me that once." "Any man would leap for the chance to cut a confessor's hair." "Not this one. This one is your friend." She gave a nod, her arms still folded against her stomach. "She must be cold. She didn't even take a blanket." "She didn't take any food either, other than that loaf of bread she's saving for some reason, and she was starving." Kaylin smiled at last. "She ate more than you and me together. At least her belly is full. Richard, when she gets to Horner's Mill..." "She isn't going to Horner's Mill." Kaylin came closer. "But that's where her grandmother is." Richard shook his head. "She doesn't have a grandmother. When she said her grandmother was in Horner's Mill and I told her she couldn't go there, she didn't even falter. She simply said she would go somewhere else. She never gave it a thought. Never asked about her grandmother or even raised an objection. She's running from something." "Running? Maybe from whoever put those bruises on her arms." "And on her back. Whenever my hand touched one, she flinched. But she didn't say anything. She wanted to be hugged that badly." Kaylin's brow wrinkled with sorrow. "I'd say she was running from whoever cut her hair like that." "Her hair?" He nodded again. "It was meant to mark her, maybe as property. No one would cut someone's hair like that except to give a message, especially in the Midlands, where everyone pays so much attention to hair. It was deliberate, a message of power over her. That's why I cut it for her, to remove the mark." Kaylin stared at nothing in particular. "That was why she was so happy to have it cut even," she whispered. "There is more to it, though, than simply running away. She lies easier than a gambler. She lies with the ease of someone who has a powerful need." Her eyes came to his again. "Like what?" "I don't know," he sighed, "but it has something to do with that loaf of bread." "The bread? Do you really think so?" "She had no shoes, no cloak, nothing but her doll. It's her most precious possession. She's devoted to it. Yet she let us touch it. But she wouldn't let us get within an arm's length of that loaf of bread. I don't know much about the magic in the Midlands. But where I come from, a little girl will not value a loaf of bread more than her doll, and I don't think it's any different here. Did you see the look in her eyes when you reached for the bread and she snatched it away? If she had had a knife and you hadn't backed off, she would have used it on you." "Richard," she admonished, "you can't really believe that about a little girl. A loaf of bread couldn't be that important to her." "No? You said yourself she ate as much as both of us put together. I was beginning to think she was related to Zed. Explain why, if she was half-starved, she hadn't even nibbled on that loaf of bread." He shook his head. "There is something going on, and that loaf of bread is at the center of it." Kaylin took a step toward him. "So, we're going after her?" Richard felt the weight of the tooth against his chest. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "No. As Zed is fond of saying, nothing is ever easy. How can we justify going after one little girl to solve the riddle of her loaf of bread while Rahl goes after the box?" She took his hand in one of hers, looked down at it. "I hate what Darken Rahl does to us, the way he twists us." She squeezed his hand. "She got into our hearts awfully quick." Richard gave her a one-armed hug. "That she did. She's one special little girl. I hope she finds what she's after and that she is safe." He let go of Kaylin and started for the Wayward Pine to get their things. "Let's get moving." Neither wanted to think about how they felt, that they were deserting Rachel, condemning her to the embrace of dangers she knew nothing about and was defenseless against. And so both set their minds to covering as much ground as fast as they could. The bright day wore on with an endless expanse of rugged forest, and with their exertion they didn't notice the cold. Richard was always glad when he saw a spider web stretched across the trail. He had begun to think of spiders as his guardians. When he had been a guide, he had always been annoyed to have them tickle his face. "Thank you, Sister Spider," he said to himself every time he passed one now. Near midday, they stopped for a break on sunlit rocks in an icy stream. Richard splashed the frigid water on his face, trying to work up some energy. He was tired already. Lunch was cold, too, and lasted only as long as it took to bolt it down. They both stuffed the last bites in their mouths, brushed their hands off on their pants, and hopped down off the flat pink rock. As much as he tried not to think about Rachel, he found himself frowning with worry before he realized he was doing it again. He saw Kaylin's brow wrinkle sometimes when she turned, checking to the sides. One time he asked if she thought he had made the right decision. She didn't have to ask which decision he was talking about. She asked how long he thought it would have taken to catch her. He thought 2 days, if everything went right, at least one to catch her and another back. 2 days, she had told him, was more than they could afford. It felt reassuring to hear her say it. Late in the afternoon, the sun slipped behind a distant peak of one of the mountains of the Rang Shada, muting and softening the colors of the woods, calming the wind, and settling a stillness over the countryside. Richard was able to set aside his thoughts of Rachel as he concentrated on what they would do when they reached Tamarang. Kalin, Zed told us we both had to stay away from Darken Ral, that we have no power against him, no defense. She gave a short glance over her shoulder. That's what he said. Richard frowned. Well, Shota said the Queen wouldn't have the box for long. Maybe when she said that, she meant we would get it soon. No, it was a warning. That the Queen wouldn't have it long, meaning we must hurry. So what if Darken Ral is already there? She looked over her shoulder, then slowed and walked next to him. So what if he is? There is no other way. I'm going to Tamarang. Do you wish to wait behind for me? Of course not. I'm only saying we should keep in mind what we are walking into, that Darken Ral might be there. I've had that thought in my mind for a long time now. He walked next to her for a minute without saying anything. At last, he asked, And what have you concluded? What will we do if he is there? She stared straight ahead as she spoke. If Darken Ral is in Tamarang, and we go there, then in all likelihood we will die. Richard lost a stride. She didn't wait for him, but walked on. As the woods grew darker, a few small clouds glowed red, the dying embers of day. The trail had begun following the Calicidran River, sometimes taking them close enough for a view of it, and even when it didn't, they could still hear the rush of its brown waters. Richard hadn't seen a wayward pine all afternoon. Glancing about at the treetops, he saw no sign of one now either. As it grew dark, he gave up hope of finding one before nightfall, and so began looking for other shelter. Off the trail a safe distance, he found a short cleft face of rock at the bottom of a rise. Trees were sheltering all about, and he felt it a well-hidden camp, even if it was open to the sky. The moon was well up by the time Kalin had a stew cooking on the fire, and by a bit of luck that surprised him. Richard had 2 rabbits in the snare before he expected to, and was able to add them to the pot. I think we have enough to feed Zed, she said. As if bidden by her words, the old man, white hair in disarray, strode into the circle of light, stopping on the other side of the fire, hands on his hips, his robes looking a little tattered. I'm starved, he announced. Let's eat. Richard and Kalin both blinked wide-eyed and came to their feet. The old man blinked too, when Richard drew the sword. In a heartbeat, Richard was over the fire, the sword's point to his ribs. What's this? The old man asked. Back up, Richard ordered. They moved, the sword between them, to the trees. Richard eyed the trees carefully. Mind if I inquire as to what we're doing, my boy? I've been called by you once and seen you once, yet neither was you. 3rd time tricked marks the fool, Richard quoted. He saw what he was looking for. I'll not be tricked the 3rd time. I'll not be the fool. Over there. He pointed with his chin. Walk between those 2 trees. I will not, the old man protested. Sheathe your sword, my boy. If you don't walk between those 2 trees, Richard said through gritted teeth, I'll sheathe my sword in your ribs. The old man lifted his elbows in surprise, then picked up his robes as he stepped through the low brush, muttering to himself while Richard prodded him along with the sword. He took only a quick glance back before stepping between the trees. Richard watched as the spiderweb parted. A grin spread on his face. Zed, is it truly you? Zed, hands on his hips, peered at him with one eye. True as toasted toads, my boy. On page 390. Richard sheathed the sword and threw his arms around his old friend, nearly squeezing the life out of him. Oh, Zed, I'm so glad to see you. Zed's arms flailed as he tried to get a breath. Richard let up, looked him in the eye, beaming, then squeezed again. I fear what would have happened had you been any more glad to see me. Richard walked him back to the fire, an arm around his shoulders. Sorry about that, but I had to know for sure. I can't believe you're here. I'm so glad to see you. I'm so happy you're all right. We have so much to talk about. Yes, yes. Can we eat now? Kalin came and gave him a hug, too. We were so worried about you. Zed longingly eyed the cooking pot over her shoulder as he hugged her back. Yes, yes, but this would all go better on a full stomach. But it isn't done yet, she smiled. Zed gave her a look of disappointment. Not done? Are you sure? Perhaps we should check. Quite sure. We've only just started it. Not done, he said to himself, holding an elbow with one hand, rubbing his chin with the other. Well, we'll just see about that. Stand back, the both of you. The wizard pushed the sleeves of his robes up his arms while he eyed the fire as if it were a child who had misbehaved. His skinny arms stretched out, fingers extended. Blue light sizzled around his bony hands, seeming to gather momentum. With a hiss, it shot out in a jagged blue streak, striking the cooking pot, making it jump. The blue fire cradled the pot, twisting around it, caressing it, stroking it. The stew bubbled with blue light, churned and sloshed. The wizard pulled his hands back, and the blue fire sizzled out. Zed smiled in satisfaction. There, now it's done. Let's eat. Kalin kneeled, tasting the stew with a wooden spoon. He's right, it is done. Well, don't just stand there staring, my boy. Get some plates. Richard shook his head and did as he was told. Kalin dished up a plateful, putting some dried biscuits on the side, and Richard handed it to Zed. The old man didn't sit, but stood next to them by the fire, shoveling in the stew by the forkful. Kalin spooned the stew on the other two plates, and by the time she was done, Zed was handing over his empty plate to be refilled. Having finished one helping, Zed was able to spare himself the time to sit. Richard sat on a small outcropping of ledge. Kalin sat next to him, folding her legs under her. Zed sat on the ground facing them. Richard waited until Zed had swallowed down half the stew on his plate, and finally allowed himself a pause before asking, So, how did you get along with Addie? Did she take good care of you? Zed looked up at him, blinking. Even in the firelight, Richard could have sworn Zed's face reddened. Addie? Well, He looked at Kalin's puzzled face. Well, we got along fine. He scowled at Richard. What kind of question is that to ask? Richard and Kalin glanced at each other. I didn't mean anything by it, he said. It's just that I couldn't help noticing that Addie is a handsome woman and interesting. I just meant I thought you would find her interesting. Richard smiled, a small smile to himself. Zed put his face back to his plate. She's a fine woman. He rolled something around his plate with the end of his fork. What is this? I've eaten 3, and I still don't know what it is. Tava root, Kalin said. Don't you like it? Zed grunted. Didn't say I didn't like it, just wanted to know what it was, that's all. He looked up from his plate. Addie told me she gave you a nightstone. That's how I found you, by the nightstone. He shook his fork at Richard. I hope you're being careful with that thing. Don't take it out unless there is great need. Exceptionally great need. Nightstones are extremely dangerous. Addie should have warned you, and I told her so. He stabbed a tava root with his fork. It would be best to be rid of it. Richard pushed at a piece of meat. We know. Richard's mind was awash with questions he wanted to ask. He didn't know where to start. Zed beat him to it, asking first. Have you two been doing as I said? Have you been staying out of trouble? What have you been doing? Well, Richard said, taking a deep breath, we spent a good deal of time with the Mud People. The Mud People? Zed mulled this over. Good, he proclaimed at last, holding a forkful of meat in the air. You can't get in much trouble with the Mud People. He took the meat off the fork with his teeth and dipped it back in his plate for more stew and a bite of dried biscuit. He spoke and chewed at the same time. So, you two had a nice day with the Mud People. He noticed that they weren't saying anything, and his eyes went from one to the other. You can't get in much trouble with the Mud People. It sounded like an order. Richard glanced over at Kalin. She dipped her biscuit in the stew. I killed one of the elders, she said, putting the biscuit in her mouth without looking up. Zed dropped his fork, then caught it in midair just before it hit the ground. What? It was self-defense, Richard protested to her. He was trying to kill you. What? Zed stood with his plate, then sat back down. Bags, why would an elder dare to try to kill a... He snapped his mouth shut with a glance to Richard. Confessor, Richard finished for him. His mood withered. Zed looked from one bowed head to the other. So, you finally told him? Kalin nodded. A few days ago. Just a few days ago. Zed grunted an acknowledgement, then ate more stew in silence, eyeing them suspiciously from time to time. Why would an elder dare to try to kill a confessor? Well, Richard said, that was when we found out what a Nightstone could do, just before they named us as Mud People.
They named you Mud People? Why?
Zed's eyes widened.
You took a wife.
Well, no. Richard pulled the leather thong out of his shirt and showed Zed the Birdman's whistle. They settled for giving me this. Zed gave a cursory glance to the whistle.
Why would they agree to you not... And why would they name you Mud People?
Because we asked them. We had to. It was the only way to get them to call a gathering for us.
What? They called a gathering for you?
Yes. That was just before Dark and Rawl came.
What?
Zed yelled again, jumping to his feet.
Dark and Rawl was there. I told you, stay away from him.
Richard looked up. We didn't exactly invite him. He killed a lot of them, Kaylin said in a quiet voice, still looking down at her plate, chewing slowly. Zed stared at the top of her head, then slowly sank back down.
I'm sorry, he said softly. So what did the ancestors' spirits tell you?
Richard gave a shrug. That we had to go see a witch woman.
Witch woman?
Zed's eyes narrowed.
What witch woman? Where?
Shota, in Agaden Reach. Zed winced, almost dropping his plate, the air making a sound going through his bared, gritted teeth as he drew a sharp breath.
Shota.
He looked around as if someone might hear. He lowered his voice, directing a harsh whisper to Kaylin as he leaned closer to her.
Pax, what would possess you to guide him into Agaden Reach? You are sworn to protect him.
Believe me, she said, looking him in the eye, I did not want to do it. We had to, Richard said, coming to her defense. Zed cast an eye to him.
Why?
To find out where the box is. And we did, too. Shota told us.
Shota told you?
Zed mocked, scowling at him.
And what else did she tell you? Shota tells you nothing you want to know without telling you something you don't.
Kaylin gave Richard a sidelong glance. He didn't return. Nothing. He told us nothing else. He held Zed's eyes without backing down. She told us that Queen Melena in Tamarang has the last box of orders. He told us because her life, too, depends on it. Richard held Zed's glare. He doubted that his old friend believed him, but he didn't want to tell him what Shota had said. How could he tell Zed that one or two of them might end up being traitors? That Zed would use wizard's fire against him? That Kaylin would touch him with her power? He feared that maybe it would be justified. After all, he was the one who knew about the book. They didn't. Zed, he said softly, you told me you wanted me to get us to the mission, and that you had a plan once we were here. You were struck down by that underworld beast. You were unconscious. We didn't know when or if you would wake. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what your plan was. Winter is coming. We have to stop Dark and Raw. His voice turned harder as he went on. I have been doing the best I could without you. I've lost track of the number of times we have nearly been killed. All I knew to do was to try to find the box. Kaylin helped me, and we found out where it is. It has cost us both dearly. If you don't like what I've done, then take your cursed sword of truth back. I am near to being fed up with it, with everything. He threw his plate on the ground, walking off a ways into the dark, standing with his back to them, a lump growing in his throat. The dark trees in front of him became watery. It surprised him the way the anger had reached up and taken him. He had wanted to see Zed so badly, and now that he was here, he was angry with him. He let the ire rage, waiting for it to die of its own accord. Zed and Kaylin exchanged a look.
Yes, he said softly to her. I can see that you have indeed told him.
He set his plate on the ground, stood, and gave her a pat on the shoulder.
I'm sorry, dear one.
Richard didn't move when he felt Zed's hand on his shoulder.
I'm sorry, my boy. I guess you have been having a hard time of it.
Richard nodded as he stared into the darkness. I killed a man with the sword, with the magic. Zed waited a short while before he spoke.
Well, I know you. I'm sure you had to.
No, Richard said in a painful whisper. I didn't have to. I thought I was protecting Kaylin, protecting her life. I didn't know she was a confessor, that she needed no protection. But I surely wanted to, and I surely enjoyed it.
You only thought you did. That was the magic.
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure what is becoming of me.
Richard, forgive me for sounding if I were angry with you. It is myself I'm angry with. You have done well. It is I who have failed.
What do you mean? Zed patted his shoulder.
Come and sit. I will tell you both what has happened.
They walked back to the fire, Kaelin watching them together, looking lonely. Richard sat next to her again and gave her a small smile, which she returned. Zed picked up his plate, gave it a hard look, and set it back down.
I'm afraid we're in a lot of trouble,
he said in a soft voice. A sarcastic remark immediately sprang to Richard's mind, but he stifled it, and asked instead, why? What's happened? What of your plan?
My plan.
Zed gave a wry smile, drew his knees up, and pulled his robes over his legs, making a little tent over them.
My plan was to stop Rahl without having to deal with him, and without you two having to get in danger's way. My plan was for you two to stay out of trouble while I dealt with this. It would seem as if your own plans may be our only way now. I have not told you all there is to know of the boxes of Orden, because it was not for you to know. It was none of your business. It was only for me to know.
He looked at each of them, anger flashing in his eyes for an instant before it faded.
But I guess it doesn't matter now.
What was not for us to know? Kaelin asked with a frown, her own anger flashing a little. Apparently, she didn't like it any more than Richard did, that they were in danger without knowing it all.
Well, you see, Zed said, the 3 boxes work just as I said, each with their own purpose. But you have to know which to open. That is the part I know. It's all in a book called the Book of Counted Shadows. The Book of Counted Shadows is an instruction book for the boxes. I'm its keeper.
Richard went rigid. The tooth felt as if it would jump right off his chest. He couldn't move a muscle, could hardly breathe. You know which box is which? Kaelin asked. You know which he must open?
No, I'm the keeper of the book. That information is all in the book. But I've never read it. I don't know which box is which, or even how to figure it out. If I were to open the book, it would risk spreading the knowledge. It must not be opened. That could be very dangerous. So I never did. I am the keeper of many books, this only one among them, but a very important one.
Richard realized that his eyes were open wide and tried to relax them back to normal with a few blinks. Almost his whole life he had been looking forward to the day he would find the keeper of the book, and it had been Zed the whole time. The shock left him frozen. Where was it? Kaelin asked. What happened?
It was in my keep, the wizard's keep, in Aidendrill.
You went to Aidendrill? Kaelin asked, her voice anxious. How is Aidendrill? Is it safe? Zed averted his eyes.
Aidendrill has fallen.
Kaelin's hand went to her mouth. Tears filled her eyes. No. Zed nodded.
I'm afraid so.
He picked at his robes.
It is not going well for them. At least I gave the occupiers something to think about, he added under his breath.
Captain Rifkin? Lieutenants Dellis and Miller, the Home Guard? Zed kept his eyes to the ground and shook his head as she named each in turn. Kaelin put her hands to her breast as she took deep breaths and bit her lip. Whoever these men were, she looked to be pretty upset by the news. Richard thought he should cover his own shock by saying something. What's this wizard's keep?
It's a refuge, a place where the wizards preserve important things of magic, such as the books of prophecies, and books of even more importance, books of magic and instruction, such as the Book of Counted Shadows. Some of the books are used to teach new wizards, some are used as reference, and some are used as weapons. Other items of magic are kept there also, such as the Sword of Truth between seekers. The keep is sealed by magic. None can enter but a wizard. At least, none but a wizard was supposed to be able to enter. But someone did. How they did without being killed is beyond me. It must have been Darken Rahl. He must have the book.
Maybe it wasn't Darken Rahl, Richard managed, his back straight as a board. Zed's eyes narrowed.
If it wasn't Darken Rahl, then it was a thief, a very clever thief, but a thief nonetheless.
Richard swallowed back the dryness in his mouth. Zed, do you think this book, the Book of Counted Shadows, would be able to tell us how to stop Rahl? How to keep him from using the boxes? Zed shrugged his bony shoulders.
As I said, I've never opened the cover. But from what I know from other books of instruction, it would only be of aid to the person with the boxes. It's designed to help use magic, not to help another in stopping its use. In all likelihood, it wouldn't have helped us. My plan was to simply get the book and destroy it, to keep Rahl from getting the information. Having the book lost to us leaves us with no alternative. We must find the last box.
But without the book, can Rahl still open the boxes? Kaelin asked.
With as much as he knows, I am sure he can. But he still wouldn't know which one.
Then with or without the book, he's going to open a box, Richard said. He has to. If he doesn't, he dies. He has nothing to lose. Even if you had recovered the book, he would still open a box. After all, there is a chance he will pick right.
Well, if he has the book, then he will know which to open. I was hoping that if we couldn't find the last box, at least I could destroy the book and keep it from Rahl. Give us at least that one chance. The chance he might pick right for us.
Zed's face soured.
I would give anything to destroy that book.
Kaelin put her hand on Richard's arm. He almost jumped.
Then Richard has done as the Seeker should. He has found where the box is. Queen Milena has it.
She gave Richard a smile of reassurance.
The Seeker has done his job well.
His mind was spinning too fast to return the smile properly.
Zed drew a finger and thumb down opposite sides of his chin.
And how do you propose we get it from her? Knowing is one thing. Getting is quite another.
Kaelin gave Zed a smooth smile.
Queen Milena is the one to whom the snake and the silver robe sold his services. He is about to have an unpleasant meeting with the Mother Confessor.
Giller? Queen Milena is the one Giller went to?
The wrinkles on Zed's face deepened with his scowl.
I think he will be astonished to meet my eyes again.
She frowned. You just leave this task to me. He is my wizard. I will deal with him.
Richard's eyes went back and forth between the two of them. He felt suddenly out of place. The great wizard and the Mother Confessor discussing how they would deal with an upstart wizard, as if they were talking of pulling weeds in a garden. He thought of his father, of how his father had told him he had taken the book to prevent it from falling into covetous hands, darken Rahl's hands. He spoke without thinking. Maybe he had a good reason for doing what he did. They both turned and looked at him, as if they had forgotten he was there.
A good reason, Kaelin snapped. Greed was his good reason. He deserted me and left me to the quads.
Sometimes people do things for reasons that aren't what they seem. Richard gave her an even look. Maybe he thought the box was more important. Kaelin looked too surprised to speak. Zed frowned, his white hair looking wild in the firelight.
Perhaps you are right. It could be that Giller knew about the Queen having the box and wanted to protect it. He certainly knew what the boxes were about.
He gave Richard an ironic smile.
Maybe the Seeker has given us a new perspective. Maybe we have an ally in Tamarang.
And maybe not, Kaelin said.
We will know soon enough, the wizard sighed.
Zed, Richard asked. Yesterday we went to a place called Horner's Mill. Zed nodded.
I saw it. And I have seen many more just like it.
Richard leaned forward. It wasn't Westlanders, was it? It couldn't have been Westlanders. I told Michael to get the army together and protect Westland. I didn't tell him to attack anyone. Certainly not helpless people. It couldn't have been Westlanders. They wouldn't do that.
No, it wasn't anyone from Westland. I haven't seen or heard from Michael.
Then who?
It was Rahl's own men who did it, by his command.
That doesn't make any sense, Kaelin said. The town was loyal to Dahara. There were forces of the People's Peace Army there, and they were killed to a man.
That's the very reason he did it.
They both gave him puzzled looks.
That doesn't make any sense, Kaelin said.
Wizard's first rule.
Richard frowned. What?
Wizard's first rule. People are stupid.
Richard and Kaelin frowned even more.
People are stupid. Given proper motivation, almost anyone will believe almost anything. Because people are stupid, they will believe a lie because they want to believe it's true, or because they are afraid it might be true. People's heads are full of knowledge, facts, and beliefs, and most of it is false, yet they think it all true. People are stupid. They can only rarely tell the difference between a lie and the truth, and yet they are confident they can, and so are all the easier to fool. Because of the wizard's first rule, the old wizards created confessors and seekers as a means of helping find the truth when the truth is important enough. Rahl knows the wizard's rules. He is using the first one. People need an enemy to feel a sense of purpose. It's easy to lead people when they have a sense of purpose. Sense of purpose is more important by far than the truth. In fact, truth has no bearing in this. Darken Rahl is providing them with an enemy other than himself, a sense of purpose. People are stupid. They want to believe, so they do.
But they were his own people, Kaelin protested. He was killing his supporters.
You will notice, not all the people were killed. Some were raped, tortured, but left alive to flee, to spread the news. You will also note how none of the soldiers were left alive to dispute the story. That it isn't the truth doesn't matter, and the ones hearing the story will believe it because it provides them with a sense of purpose, an enemy to rally against. The survivors will spread the word like a wildfire. Even though Rahl has destroyed a few towns that were loyal to him, and a few of his soldiers, he has gained many more towns to his side, 100-fold over. Even more people will rally around him and support him, because he has told them he wants to protect them from this enemy. Truth is hard to sell. It gives no sense of purpose. It is simply truth.
Richard sat back a little stunned. But it isn't true. How can Rahl get away with it? How could everyone believe it? Zed gave him a stern look.
You knew better. You knew it wasn't Westlanders, yet even you doubted your knowledge. You were afraid it was true. Being afraid something is true is accepting the possibility. Accepting the possibility is the first step to believing. At least you are smart enough to question. Think of how easy it is to believe for people who don't question, who don't even know how to question. For most people, it's not the truth that is important, it's the cause. Rahl is intelligent. He has given them a cause.
His eyes glinted with purpose.
It is the wizard's first rule, because it is the most important. Remember it.
But the ones who did the killing, they knew. It was murder. How could they do it? Zed shrugged.
Sense of purpose. They did it for the cause.
But that goes against nature. Murder goes against nature. The wizard smiled.
Murder is the way of nature, of all living things.
Richard knew Zed was sucking him in. It was his way to draw you in with an outrageous statement, but his blood was up and he couldn't help protesting. Only some of nature, like predators, and that's only to survive. Look about at these trees. They can't even think of murder.
Murder is the way of all things, the way of nature, Zed repeated. Every living thing is a murderer.
Richard looked to Kaelin for support. Don't look at me, she said. I learned a long time ago not to debate with wizards. Richard looked up at the beautiful big pine spreading over them, illuminated in the firelight. A spark of understanding lit in his mind. He saw the branches stretched out with murderous intent in a years-long struggle to reach the sunlight and dispatch its neighbors with its shade. Success would give space for its offspring, many of which would also shrivel in the shade of the parent. Several close neighbors of the big pine were withered and weak, victims all. It was true. The design of nature was success by murder. Zed watched Richard's eyes. This was a lesson, the way the old man had taught Richard since he was young.
You have learned something, my boy?
Richard nodded. Life for the strongest. There is no sympathy for the slain, only admiration for the winner's strength. But people don't think that way, Kaylin said, unable to hold her tongue. Zed gave a sly smile.
No?
He pointed to a small, withered tree near them.
Look at this tree, dear one.
He pointed to the big pine.
And this. Tell me which you admire more.
This one, she said, pointing at the big pine. It's a beautiful tree.
This one, you see? People do think this way. It's beautiful, you said. You chose the tree that murders, not the one murdered.
Zed smiled triumphantly.
The way of nature.
Kaylin folded her arms. I knew I should have kept my mouth shut.
You may keep your mouth closed if you wish, but don't close your mind. To defeat Darkenral, you must understand him to know how to destroy him.
This is how he's winning so much territory, Richard said, tapping his finger on the hilt of his sword. He's letting others do it for him, giving them a cause. Then all he has to worry about is going after the boxes. There is no one to interfere. Zed nodded.
He uses the wizard's first rule to do most of the work for him. This is what makes our job so hard. He gets people on his side because people don't care about the truth. They do his bidding because they believe what they want to and fight to the death for these beliefs, despite how false they are.
Richard slowly stood, looking off into the night. All this time, I thought we were fighting evil. Evil on the loose, run amok, but that's not it at all. What we're up against is more like a plague of fools.
You have gotten it right, my boy. A plague of fools.
Directed by Darkenral, Kaylin noted. Zed peered at her a moment.
If someone digs a hole and it fills with rainwater, where is the fault? Is it the rain's fault? Or is it the fault of the person who digs the hole? Is it Darkenral's fault? Or the fault of those who dig the hole and let him rain in?
Maybe both, Kaylin said. That leaves us with a lot of enemies. Zed lifted a finger.
And very dangerous ones. Fools who don't see the truth are deadly. As a confessor, perhaps you have already learned this lesson, yes?
She nodded.
They don't always do what you think they will or should, and you can be caught off guard. People you don't think should be trouble can kill you quick.
This doesn't change anything, Kaylin said. If Rahl gets all the boxes and opens the right one, he is the one who will kill us all. He is still the head to the snake. It is still this head we must remove. Zed shrugged.
You are correct, but we must stay alive to have a chance to kill this snake, and there are plenty of small snakes that can kill us first.
This is a lesson we already learned, Richard said. But as Kaylin said, it doesn't change anything. We must still get the box to kill Rahl. He sat down again next to her. Zed's face turned deadly serious.
Just remember, Darkenral can kill you.
He pointed a bony finger at Richard, then Kaylin.
And you, then at himself. And me, easy.
Richard sat back a little. Then why hasn't he? Zed lifted an eyebrow.
Do you go around a room and kill all the flies in it? No, you ignore them. They don't merit your attention. Until they bite. Then you swat them.
He leaned closer to the two of them.
We are about to bite him.
Richard and Kaylin gave each other a sideways glance. Wizard's first rule. Richard felt a trickle of sweat run down his back. I'll remember it.
And don't repeat it to anyone,
the wizard admonished.
Wizard's rules are for none but a wizard to know. The wizard's rules may seem cynical or trivial to you, but they are powerful weapons if you know how to use them, because they are true. Truth is power. I have told you to because I'm the head of the wizards, and I think it important for you to understand. You must know what Rahl is doing, since it is the three of us who must stop him.
Richard and Kaylin both nodded their oath.
It's late,
Zed yawned.
I have been traveling a long time to reach you. We will talk more later.
Richard jumped up. I'll take first watch. He had something to do and wanted it done before anything else happened. Use my blankets, Zed.
Done. I'll take second watch.
Second watch of 3 was the least pleasant. It split your sleeping in 2. Kaylin began to protest.
I spoke first, dear one.
Richard pointed to the rock outcropping where he would be after he scouted the area and headed off. His mind churned with 1,000 thoughts, but with one above all the rest. The night was still and cold, yet not uncomfortably so. He left his cloak open as he picked his way through the trees, intent on where he was going. Night creatures called to one another, but he hardly noticed. At one point, he scrambled to the top of a boulder and peered back through the gaps in the trees, watching the fire, waiting until he saw the other two roll themselves in the blankets. Then he slid off the rock and continued on toward the sound of rushing water. At the edge of the river, he cast about until he found a chunk of driftwood big enough for his purpose. Richard remembered Zed telling him that he must have the courage to do what was necessary for their goal, and he must be prepared to kill any one of them if it came to that. Richard knew Zed, and he knew that Zed wasn't just making a point. He meant what he said. He knew that Zed was capable of killing him, or, more important, Kalin. He took the tooth from his shirt, pulling the leather cord over his head. He held the triangular-shaped tooth in his hand, feeling the weight of it, looking at it in the moonlight, and thought about his father. The tooth was the only way for Richard to prove to Zed that his father wasn't a thief, that he had taken the book to keep it from Dark and Rahl. Richard wanted so badly to tell Zed, to tell him that his father had been a hero, had given his life to stop Rahl, and died a hero to protect them all. He wanted his father to be remembered for what he had done. He wanted to tell Zed, but he couldn't. The wizard wanted the Book of Counted Shadows destroyed. Richard was the Book of Counted Shadows now. Shota had warned him that Zed would use the wizard's fire against him, but that he had a chance to beat him. Perhaps this was the way. To destroy the book, Zed would have to kill him. Richard didn't care about himself. He had nothing to live for. He no longer cared if he died. But he did care if Kalin died. If Zed knew that Richard had the book inside him, he would make him tell what it said, and then he would know that to make sure the book was true, Rahl would have to use a confessor. And there was only one confessor left alive, Kalin. If Zed knew, he would kill her to prevent Rahl from getting the knowledge. Richard couldn't allow the chance of Zed knowing, of killing Kalin. He wrapped the cord around the piece of driftwood and jammed the tooth into a long crack, wedging it into the wood so it wouldn't come out. Richard wanted the tooth as far away from him as he could get it. "Forgive me, Father," he whispered. Hard as he could, he threw the wood with the tooth attached. He watched it arc through the air and splash into the dark water with a distant sound. In the moonlight, he could see it bob to the surface. He stood with a lump in his throat as he watched it being carried downriver. Richard felt naked without the tooth. When it was no longer in sight, he circled the camp, his mind in a daze. He felt empty. Richard sat on the rock outcropping where he had told them he would be and watched their camp below. He hated this, hated having to lie to Zed, to feel that he couldn't trust him. What was he coming to? To no longer be able to trust his oldest friend. The hand of Rahl was reaching out to him, even at this distance, and making him do things he didn't want to. When this was ended and Kalin was safe, and if he lived, he could go home. Near the middle of his watch, he became suddenly aware again of the thing that followed them. He couldn't see its eyes, but he could feel them. It was on the hill opposite the camp, watching. He felt a chill run through him at being watched. A distant sound made him sit bolt upright. A snarl, a growl, followed by a yelp, then silence again. Something had died. Richard's eyes were wide, trying to see, but he saw only blackness. The thing that followed had killed something, or been killed itself. He felt an odd worry for it. As long as it had followed, it had never tried to hurt them. Of course, that didn't really mean anything. It could simply be waiting for the right time. For some reason, though, Richard didn't think it meant them any harm. He felt the eyes again. Richard smiled. It was still alive. He had the urge to go after it, to find out what it was, but dismissed the idea. This was not the time. This was a creature of the dark. Better to meet it on his own terms. Once more on his watch, he heard something die, closer. Without Richard having to go wake him, Zed appeared for his watch, looking rested and refreshed, eating a piece of dried meat. Zed came and sat next to him, offering a piece of meat. Richard declined. "Zed, what about Chase? Is he all right?"
He's well. Far as I know, he went off to follow your instructions.
"Good. I'm glad he's well." Richard hopped down off the rock, ready for some sleep.
Richard, what did Shota tell you?
Richard studied his friend's face in the dim light of the moon. What Shota said to me is private. It is not for others to hear. The edge to his own voice surprised him. And that is the way it will remain. Zed took a bite while he watched Richard.
The sword has a lot of anger to it. I see you're having trouble controlling it.
All right. All right, I'll tell you one thing, Shota said. She told me she thought I ought to have a talk with you about Samuel.
Samuel?
Richard gritted his teeth and leaned closer. My predecessor.
Oh, that's Samuel.
Yes, that's Samuel. Would you like to explain that to me? Would you like to tell me that's the way I, too, will end up? Or had you planned on keeping it from me until I was done doing wizard's work, and you have to give the sword to some other fool? Zed watched calmly as Richard became more and more upset. He grabbed Zed's robes and pulled his face close. Wizard's first rule. Is that how wizards find someone to take the sword? Just find someone stupid enough not to know better, and there you go? A new seeker? Do you have any other little things you forgot to tell me? Any other little unpleasant things I ought to know? Richard released the robes with a shove. He had to resist mightily the urge to draw the sword. His chest heaved with his anger. Zed watched calmly.
I'm truly sorry, my boy, he whispered, that she has hurt you so.
Richard stared back, everything that had happened pushing in on him, extinguishing the anger. Everything seemed so hopeless. He burst into tears and fell against Zed, throwing his arms around him. He cried in choking sobs, unable to control himself. Zed, I just want to go home. Zed held him, patted his back gently, spoke tenderly.
I know, Richard, I know.
I wish I had listened to you. But I can't help myself. I can't make myself stop feeling this way, no matter how hard I try. I feel like I'm drowning and can't get any air. I want this nightmare to end. I hate the Midlands. I hate the magic. I just want to go home. Zed, I want to be rid of this sword and its magic. I never want to hear about magic again. Zed held him and let him cry.
Nothing is ever easy.
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Kaylin hated me or something, but I know she cares for me, too. It's the magic. The magic keeps us apart.
Believe me, Richard, I know how you feel.
Richard sank to the ground, leaned against the rock, crying. Zed sat next to him. What is to become of me?
You will go on. There is nothing else you can do.
I don't want to go on. And what of Samuel? Is that what is to become of me? Zed shook his head.
I'm sorry, Richard, I don't know. I gave you the sword against my own heart because I had to for everyone else. The magic of the sword of truth does that to a seeker in the end. The prophecies say that the one who truly masters the sword's magic and in so doing makes the blade turn white will be protected from that fate. But I don't know how it's to be done. I don't even know what it means. I didn't have the courage to tell you. I'm sorry. If you want, you may strike me dead for what I've done to you. Only promise me first that you will go on and stop Dark and Rahl.
Richard laughed bitterly through the tears. Strike you dead? That's a joke. You're all I have. All I'm allowed to love. How could I kill that? It's myself I should kill.
Don't say such a thing, Zed whispered. Richard, I know how you feel about the magic. I walked away from it, too. Sometimes events happen that you have to deal with. You are all I have left. I went after the book because I didn't want you to be in danger. I would do anything to spare you hurt. But I cannot spare you this. We must stop Dark and Rahl, not just for ourselves, but for all the others who have no chance.
Richard scrubbed his eyes. I know. I won't quit until it's finished. I promised. Then maybe I can give up the sword before it's too late for me.
Go and get some sleep. Each day will get a little better for you. If it's any consolation, although I don't know why seekers end up like Samuel, I truly don't believe it will happen to you. But if it does, it won't happen for some time, and therefore that can only mean you have defeated Dark and Rahl, and all the people of the lands will be safe. Know that if that happens, I will always take care of you. If we can stop Rahl, maybe I can help you find the secret to turning the blade white.
Richard nodded and rose to his feet, pulling his cloak around himself. Thank you, my friend. Sorry I've been so hard on you tonight. I don't know what's gotten into me. Maybe the good spirits have deserted me. I'm sorry I can't tell you what Shota said. And Zed, be careful tonight. There's something out there. It's been following us for days. I don't know what it is. I haven't had the time to snap a circle on it. But I don't think it means us harm. At least it hasn't so far. But you never know in the Midlands.
I will be careful.
Richard started to walk away. Zed called his name. He stopped and turned.
Just be glad she cares for you as much as she does. If she didn't, she might have touched you.
Richard stared back at him a long moment. I'm afraid, in a way, she already has. Kaylin picked her way along in the dark among the rocks and trees and found Zed sitting on a rock watching her come, his legs crossed under him.
I would have come and woke you when it was time, he said.
She went and sat next to him, hugging her cloak around herself. I know, but I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come and sit with you.
Did you bring anything to eat?
She reached in her cloak, pulling out a small bundle. Here, she smiled, some rabbit and biscuits. While Zed rubbed his hands together and started right in, she watched out into the night, thinking how to put the question she had come to ask him. It didn't take him long to finish the snack.
Wonderful, dear one, wonderful. That's all you brought?
Kaylin laughed. I also brought some berries. She pulled out a cloth bundle. I thought you might like something sweet. Can I share them with you? He eyed her up and down.
I guess you're small enough you couldn't eat that many.
She laughed again and took a small handful from the open bundle in his hands. I think I know why Richard is so good at finding food. Growing up around you, he had to be good, or he would starve.
I would never let him starve, he protested. I care for him too much.
I know, me too. He chewed a few berries.
I want to thank you for keeping your word.
My word? Zed peered up at her as he hunched over the bundle, eating berries one at a time.
Your word not to touch him, not to use your power on him.
Oh. She looked off into the night, gathering her courage. Zed, you are the only wizard left other than Giller. I am the last confessor. You have lived in the Midlands. You have lived in Aidendrill. You are the only one who knows what it is like to be a confessor. I tried to explain it to Richard, but it takes a lifetime to truly understand. And then I think none but another confessor or a wizard can really understand. Zed patted her arm.
You may be right.
I have no one. I can have no one. You can't imagine what that's like. Please, Zed. Her eyebrows wrinkled together. Please, can you use your magic to remove this from me? Can you take the confessor's magic from me and let me be a normal woman? She felt as if she was hanging by a thin strand over a gaping, dark, bottomless pit. She twisted on the end of the strand while she watched his eyes. His head bent. He didn't look up.
There is only one way to release you from the magic, Mother Confessor.
Her heart leapt into her throat. How? She whispered. His eyes came to hers. They were filled with pain.
I could kill you.
She felt the strand of hope break. She put all her effort to making her face show nothing, a confessor's face, as she felt herself disappearing down into the blackness. Thank you, Wizard Zorander, for hearing my request. I didn't really think there was. I just thought I would ask. I appreciate your honesty. You better go get some sleep now. He nodded.
First, you must tell me what Shota said.
She maintained her expression. Ask the Seeker. It is to him she spoke. I was covered with snakes at the time.
Snakes?
Zed lifted an eyebrow.
Shota must have liked you. I have seen her do worse.
Kaylin held his eyes. She did worse to me, too.
I asked Richard. He won't tell me. You must.
You would have me step between two friends. You would ask me to betray his trust? No, thank you.
Richard is smart. Perhaps the smartest seeker I have ever seen, but he knows very little of the Midlands. He has seen only a tiny portion of it. In some ways, it's his best defense and strongest asset. He found where the last box is by going to Shota. No seeker from the Midlands would have done that. You have spent your whole life here. You know many of the dangers. There are creatures here who could use the magic of the Sword of Truth against him. There are creatures who would suck the magic from him and kill him with it. There are dangers of every kind. We don't have the time to teach him all he needs to know, so we must protect him. so he can do his job. I must know what Shota said so I can judge if it's important, if we need to protect him. Zed, please, he is my only friend. Don't ask me to betray him. Dear one, he is not your only friend. I'm your friend, too. Help me protect him. I will keep it from him that you told me.
She gave him a meaning glare. He has an uncanny way of finding out things you wish him not to know. Zed gave a knowing smile. Then his face hardened.
Mother Confessor, this is not a request. This is an order. I expect you to treat it as such.
Kaylin folded her arms, half turning away from him as she bristled. She could hardly believe he was doing this to her. She no longer had a say in the matter. Shota said Richard was the only one who has a chance to stop Dark and Raw. She doesn't know how or why, but he is the only one with a chance. Zed waited in silence.
Go on.
Kaylin gritted her teeth. She said you would try to kill him, that you would use wizard's fire against him, and that he has a chance to beat you. There is a chance you will fail. Silence settled around them again.
Mother Confessor,
she said that I, too, will use my power on him, but he has no chance against it. If I live, I will not fail. Zed took a deep breath.
I see why he didn't want to tell me.
He thought in silence a moment.
Why didn't Shota kill you?
Kaylin wished he would stop asking questions. She turned back to him. She planned on it. You were there. Well, it wasn't really you. It was just an illusion, but we thought it was you. Your image, tried to kill Shota. Richard knew she was the only way to find the box, so he protected her. He turned back your wizard's fire and gave Shota a chance to use her power on you. Zed lifted an eyebrow.
Really?
Kaylin nodded. In return for saving her, she granted him a wish. He used it to save us. He made her spare our lives. Richard wouldn't back down. Shota was not happy. She said that if he ever comes back to Agaden Reach, she will kill him.
That boy never fails to amaze me. He really picked the information over my life.
She was a little surprised by his smile. She nodded. He jumped right in front of the wizard's fire. He used his sword to turn it away. Zed rubbed his chin.
How wondrous. That's precisely what he should have done. I had always feared he wouldn't be able to do what was necessary if it came right down to it. I guess I need fear no longer. Then what?
Kaylin looked down at her hands. I wanted Shota to kill me, but she wouldn't because she had granted him the wish. Zed, I couldn't stand the thought of doing that to him. I begged him to kill me. I didn't want to live to carry out the prophecy, to hurt him. She swallowed hard as she twisted her fingers together. He wouldn't do it. So I tried to. For days I tried. He took my knife away. He tied me up at night. He watched me every second. I felt like I had lost my mind. Maybe for a time I had. At last he convinced me that we couldn't know what the prophecy meant, or even that it wasn't he who would turn against us, and would have to be killed in order to defeat Dark and Ra. He made me see that I couldn't act on a prophecy we didn't yet understand.
I'm very sorry, dear one, that I had to make you tell me, and for what you two have been through. But Richard is right. Prophecies are dangerous things to take too seriously.
But a witch woman's prophecies are always true, aren't they?
Yes.
He shrugged as he spoke softly.
But not always in the way you think. Sometimes prophecies can even be self-fulfilling.
She gave him a puzzled look. Really?
Sure. Just imagine, for the sake of illustration, that I tried to kill you because I wanted to protect Richard from this prophecy coming true. He sees this. We fight. One of us wins. Say it's him. That part of the prophecy is fulfilled, so he fears the other part will be too, and thinks he must kill you. You don't want to be killed, so you touch him to protect yourself. There you have it, prophecy fulfilled. The problem is, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without it, none of these things would have happened. There was no outside influence other than the prophecy. Prophecies are always true, but we seldom know how.
He gave her a look, as if asking if she understood. I always thought prophecies were to be taken seriously.
They are, but only by those who understand such things. Prophecies are dangerous. The wizards guard books on prophecies, as you know. When I was at my keep, I reread some of the pertinent books, but I don't understand most of them. There used to be wizards who did nothing else but study the books of prophecies. There are prophecies in them I have read that would scare you blind if you knew them. They sometimes make even me wake at night in a sweat. There are things in them I think might be about Richard that frighten me, and there are things in them I know are about Richard. But I don't know what they will turn out to mean, and I dare not act on what I have read. We can't always know what the prophecies mean, and so they must be kept secret. Some of these could cause great trouble if people heard them.
Caelin's eyes were wide. Richard is in the books of prophecies? I have never met anyone before who was in the books. He gave her an even gaze.
You are in the books, too.
Me? My name is in the books of prophecies?
Well, yes and no. That's not how it works. You seldom know for sure. But in this case I do. It says things like, the last Mother Confessor this, and the last Mother Confessor that. But there can be no doubt who the last Mother Confessor is. It is you, Caelin. There can also be no doubt who the seeker who commands the wind against the heir to Dahara is. It is Richard. Heir to Dahara is Ral.
Commands the wind? What does that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Caelin frowned and looked down as she picked at the rock. Zed, what does it say about me in the books of prophecies? He was watching her when her eyes came back up.
I'm sorry, dear one, I can't tell you that. You would be too frightened to ever sleep again.
She nodded. I feel very foolish now for wanting to kill myself because of Shota's prophecy. To keep it from coming true, I mean. You must think me stupid.
Caelin, until it comes to be, we can't know. But you shouldn't feel foolish. It could be that it's just as it says, that Richard is the only one with a chance, and you will betray us and take him and thus give victory to Ral. There is a chance. You should have done it to save us all.
You are not making me feel any better.
It could also be that Richard will somehow be a traitor and you will save us all.
She gave him a dark look. Either way, I don't like it.
Prophecies are not meant for people to see. They can cause more trouble than you could believe. There have been wars over them. Even I don't understand most of them. If we had the wizards of old, the experts in the prophecies, maybe they could help us, but without them to guide us, it is best to leave Shota's prophecy be. The first page of one of the books of prophecies says, take these prophecies to mind, not to heart. It is the only thing on the whole page, in a book half as big as a good-sized table. Each letter is gilded. It is that important.
The prophecy from Shota is different somehow from those in the books, isn't it?
Yes, prophecy given directly from one to another is meant to be an aid to that person. Shota was trying to help Richard. Shota herself wouldn't even know how it is meant to help, though. She was only the channel. Someday it may mean something to Richard. It may aid him. There is no way to tell, though. I was hoping I would be able to understand it and help him. He doesn't take to riddles. Unfortunately, it is of the kind called a forked prophecy, and I can be of no aid.
Forked? That means it can go different ways?
Yes. It could mean what it says, or just about anything else. Forked prophecies are almost always useless. Hardly better than a guess. Richard was right in his choice not to be guided by it. I would like to think it's because I have taught him well, but it could be his instinct. He has the instincts of a seeker.
Zed, why don't you just tell him these things, like you have told me? Doesn't he have a right to know all this? Zed stared off into the night for a long time.
It's difficult to explain. You see, Richard has a feel for things.
He made an odd frown.
Have you ever shot a bow?
Caelin smiled. She drew her knees up, folded her fingers together over them, and rested her chin on her fingers. Girls are not supposed to do such things, so I took it up as a diversion when I was young, before I began taking confessions. Zed gave a little laugh.
Have you ever been able to feel the target? Have you ever been able to ignore all the noise in your head and hear the silence and know where the arrow is going to go?
She nodded with her chin still resting on her fingers. Only a couple of times, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, Richard can feel the target like that almost at will. Sometimes I think he could even hit it if he closed his eyes. When I have asked him how he does it, he shrugs and can't explain. He simply says he can feel where the arrow is to go. He can do it all day long. But if I start telling him things like how fast the wind is, how many feet away the target is, or that the bow was outside the night before and it was a humid night affecting the draw, well, then he can't even hit the ground. The thinking interferes with the feeling. He does the same thing with people. He's relentless in the search for an answer. He has been heading for the box like an arrow. He has never been to the Midlands before, yet he found a way through the boundary and has found the answers he needed to keep going, to seek out the target. That is the way of a true seeker. The problem is, if I give him too much information, he starts doing what he thinks I want him to do instead of what he feels. I have to point him in the right direction, toward the target, and then let him go. Let him find it himself.
That's pretty cynical. He is a human being, not an arrow. He only does that because he thinks so much of you, and he would do anything to please you. You are an idol to him. He loves you very much. He gave her a somber look.
There is no way I could be any more proud of him, or love him any more. But if he doesn't stop Dark and Rahl, I will be a dead idol. Sometimes, wizards must use people to accomplish what must be done.
I guess I know how you feel not telling him what you wish you could. Zed rose.
I'm sorry the two of you had a hard time of it. Maybe with me here it will be easier. Good night, dear one.
He started off into the darkness. Zed? He stopped and looked back toward her, a dark form against the moonlit forest. You had a wife.
I did.
She cleared her throat and swallowed. What was it like, loving someone more than life itself and being able to be with them and having them love you back? Zed stood still and silent for a long time, staring at her in the darkness. She waited, wishing she could see his face. She decided he wasn't going to answer. Kaelin held her chin up. Wizard Zorander, I am not making a request. This is an order. You will answer the question. She waited. His voice came softly.
It was like finding the other half of myself and being complete, whole, for the first time in my life.
Thank you, Zed. She was glad he couldn't see her tears as she struggled to hold her voice steady. I was just wondering. Chapter 37. Richard woke when he heard Kaelin come back and toss some wood in the fire. Light was just starting to creep across the tips of distant mountains, casting them in a soft pink glow, dark clouds behind, making the snow-capped peaks stand out all the more. Zed lay on his back, eyes wide open, snoring. Richard rubbed the sleep from his eyes and yawned. How about some tava root porridge? He whispered, wanting to let Zed sleep. Sounds good, she whispered back. Richard pulled the roots from his pack and began peeling them with his knife while Kaelin retrieved a pot. When he finished cutting them up, he tossed the roots in with the water she had added from her skin. This is the last of them. We'll have to start digging some more roots tonight, but I doubt we'll find tava, not in this rocky ground. I picked some berries. Together they warmed their hands at the fire. More than a queen, he thought. He tried to imagine a queen in fine robes and a crown picking berries. You see anything while you were on watch? She shook her head. Then she seemed to remember something, and her face came up. But one time I did hear something strange. It was down here near the camp. It was like a growl, then a yelp. I almost came and woke you, but it was gone as soon as it started, and I didn't hear it again. Really? He glanced over each shoulder. Down here. Wonder what that was about. I guess I was so tired it didn't wake me. Richard mashed the pot of roots when they were done and added a little sugar. Kaelin dished up the porridge and added a big handful of berries on top of each. Why don't you wake him? She said. Richard smiled. Watch this. He tapped his spoon a few times against the side of the tin bowl. Zed made a short snort and sat bolt upright. The old man blinked twice. Breakfast? With their backs to him, they both giggled. You're in a good mood this morning, she said, looking over. He smiled. Zed's back with us. Richard walked over and handed Zed a bowl of porridge, then sat with his own on the low ledge. Kaylin made herself comfortable on the ground, wrapping a blanket around her legs while she balanced her bowl with one hand. Zed didn't bother to unwrap himself from his blanket as he ate. Richard waited, biding his time, eating slowly, while Zed bolted his porridge. "Good," Zed proclaimed as he rose to get himself another bowlful from the pot. Richard waited until his old friend was spooning from the pot, then said, "Kaylin told me what happened. I mean, she told me about how you made her tell you about Shota." Kaylin froze with a look as if she had been struck by lightning. Zed flinched up straight and spun to her.
"Why did you tell him? I thought you didn't want him to know you..."
"Zed, I never..." Zed's face grimaced. He turned slowly to Richard, who hunched over his bowl, methodically spooning porridge into his mouth. He didn't bother to look up. "She didn't tell me, but you just did." Richard put the last spoonful in his mouth, and after he swallowed, he licked his spoon clean and dropped it in the tin bowl with a clank. His face, calm and triumphant, came up to the wizard's squinting eyes. "Wizard's first rule," Richard announced with a wisp of a smile. "The first step to believing something is wanting to believe it is true, or being afraid it is." "I told you," Kaylin fumed at Zed. "I told you he would find out." Zed paid her no attention. His eyes were locked on Richard. "I thought about it last night," Richard explained as he set down his bowl. "I decided you were right, that you should know what Shota said. After all, you're a wizard. Maybe there's something in it you could help us with to stop Dark and Rahl. I knew you wouldn't rest until you knew what had happened. I decided I would tell you today, but then I figured you would get it out of Kaylin first, one way or another." Kaylin fell back on the blanket, laughing. Zed straightened his back and put his fists on his hips.
"Bags! Richard, do you have any idea what you have just done?"
"Magic," Richard smiled. "A trick, if done properly, is magic." He shrugged. "Or so I've been told." Zed nodded slowly.
"Indeed."
He pointed a thin finger skyward, the sparkle returning to his intense hazel eyes.
"You have tricked a wizard with his own rule. Not one of my wizards was ever able to do that."
He stepped closer, a grin spreading on his face.
"Bags, Richard, you have it. You have the gift, my boy. You can be a wizard of the First Order, like me."
Richard frowned. "I don't want to be a wizard." Zed ignored his words.
"You have passed the first test."
"You just said none of the other wizards was able to do it. So how could they be wizards if they couldn't pass the test?" Zed gave him a one-sided smile.
"They were wizards of the Third Order. One, Giller, is of the Second Order. None were able to pass the tests to be a wizard of the First Order. They didn't have the gift, only the calling."
Richard made a smirk. "It was just a trick. Don't make something out of it that it wasn't."
"A very special trick."
Zed's eyes narrowed again.
"I'm impressed. I'm also very proud of you."
"And how many of these tests are there if this is the first?" Zed shrugged.
"Oh, I don't know. Maybe a few hundred or so. But you have the gift, Richard."
A shadow of worry passed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected it.
"You must learn to control it, or..."
His eyes lit up again.
"I will teach you. You really could be a wizard of the First Order."
Richard realized he was starting to listen too closely and shook his head to clear it. "I told you, I don't want to be a wizard." He added under his breath, "I don't want anything to do with magic ever again when this is over." He realized that Kaylin was staring at him. He looked from one wide-eyed face to another. "It was just a stupid little trick, nothing more."
"Just a stupid little trick if done on someone else. No small trick if done on a wizard."
Richard rolled his eyes. "The both of you are..." Zed leaned forward eagerly, cutting him off.
"Can you command the wind?"
Richard leaned back a little. "Of course I can," he said, playing along. He held both hands up to the sky. "Come to me, brother wind, gather about, blow a gale for me." He spread his arms dramatically. Kaylin wrapped her cloak around herself expectantly. Zed looked about. Nothing happened. The two of them seemed a little disappointed. "What's the matter with the two of you?" Richard scowled. "Did you eat some bad berries?" Zed turned to her.
"He must learn that later."
Kaelin considered what Zed said, then looked up at Richard. Richard, to be a wizard, it's not an offer made to many. Zed scrubbed his hands together.
Bags, I wish I had the books here with me now. I'd bet a dragon's tooth they have something to say about this.
His face darkened.
But then there is the matter of the pain, and...
Richard squirmed uncomfortably. And just what kind of wizard are you, anyway? You don't even have a beard. Zed came out of his own thoughts and frowned.
What?
A beard. Where's your beard? I've been wondering about it ever since I found out you were a wizard. Wizards are supposed to have beards, you know.
Who told you this?
Well, I don't know. Everybody knows it. Wizards are supposed to have beards. It's common knowledge. I'm surprised you don't know it. Zed made a face as if he had just sucked on a lemon.
But I hate beards. They itch.
Richard shrugged. Seems you don't know as much as you think you do about being a wizard if you don't even know wizards are supposed to have beards. Zed folded his arms.
A beard, is it?
He unfolded his arms and began drawing his fingers and thumb down opposite sides of his chin. As he drew his fingers repeatedly, whiskers began appearing. The more he did this, the longer the whiskers grew. Richard watched wide-eyed until a snow-white beard reached to the middle of Zed's chest. Zed cocked his head and gave Richard an intent look.
Will this do, my boy?
Richard realized his mouth was open. He made it shut, but could only nod. Zed scratched his chin and neck.
Good. Now give me your knife so I can shave this thing off. It itches like ants.
My knife? What do you need my knife for? Why don't you just make it disappear like you made it appear? Kaelin gave a little laugh, then made her face straight when he glanced at her.
It doesn't work that way. Everyone knows it doesn't work that way.
Zed mocked. He turned to Kaelin.
Doesn't everyone know? You tell him.
Magic can only do things that use what is there. It cannot undo things that have happened. I don't understand. Zed peered at him with sharp eyes.
Your first lesson, should you ever decide to become a wizard. The three of us all have magic. It is all additive magic. Additive magic uses what is there and adds to it or uses it somehow. The magic Kaelin has uses the spark of love in a person, no matter how small, and adds to it until it's changed into something else. The magic of the Sword of Truth uses your anger and adds to it, takes power from it, until it becomes something else. I do the same thing. I can use whatever I need in nature to change things. I can change a bug to a flower. I can change a fear to a monster. I can make a broken bone knit. I can take heat from the air around us and add to it, multiply it into wizard's fire. I can make my beard grow, but I can't make it ungrow.
A rock big as his fist started rising into the air.
I can lift something. I can change it.
The rock crushed to dust. Then you can do anything, Richard whispered.
No. I can lift or crush or move the rock, but I can't make it vanish. Where would it go? That's called subtractive magic, the undoing of things. My magic, Kaelin's magic, the sword's magic, is from this world. All magic from this world is additive magic. Dark and Ral can do any of it I can.
Zed's expression turned dark.
Subtractive magic is from the underworld. Dark and Ral knows how to use that, too. I don't.
Is it as powerful as additive magic?
Subtractive magic is the counter to additive, as night is to day. Yet it is all part of the same thing. The magic of Orden is the magic of both, additive and subtractive. It can add to the world, and it can take the world to nothing. To open the boxes, you must be a master of both magics. People never worried about it ever happening because no one was ever able to tap subtractive magic. But Dark and Ral commands it as easily as I command the additive.
And how do you suppose that came to be? Richard asked with a frown.
I have no idea, but it troubles me greatly.
Richard drew a deep breath. Well, I still think you were getting worked up over nothing. All I did was a little trick. Zed gave him a serious glare.
If done on a normal person, it would have been as you say, but I'm a wizard. I know how the wizard's rules work. You would not have been able to do this to me, except with magic of your own. I have taught many to be wizards. I have had to teach them to do what you have done. They could not do it without learning it first. Once in a great while, one is born with the gift. I was one such as this. Richard, you have the gift, too. Sooner or later, you will have to learn to control it.
He put out his hand.
Now, give me the knife so I can rid myself of this ridiculous beard.
Richard put the knife handle in Zed's hand. The blade is dull. I've been digging roots with it. It's too dull to shave with.
Really?
Zed pinched the edge of the blade between his thumb and forefinger, drawing them along the length of the knife. He turned the knife around and held it delicately between his thumb and 2 fingers. Richard grimaced at him, shaving dry. With a light stroke, a swath of beard fell away. You just used subtractive magic. You made some of the edge go away to sharpen it. Zed arched an eyebrow.
No. I used what was already there and reformed the edge, making it sharp again.
Richard shook his head and went about gathering up their things, while Zed shaved off the beard. Kalin helped put things away. You know, Zed, Richard said as he picked up the bowls, I think you're getting too obstinate in your ways. I think when this is over, you need someone. Someone to take care of you. Help keep your perspective straight. Put the light of day to your imagination. I think you need a wife.
A wife?
Sure. I think that's what you need. Maybe you should go back and take another look at Addie.
Addie?
Yes, Addie, Richard scolded. You remember Addie, the woman with 1 foot.
Oh, I remember Addie quite well.
He gave Richard his most innocent look.
But Addie has 2 good feet, not 1.
Richard and Kalin both came to their feet in a rush.
What? Yes,
Zed smiled, turning away.
Seems it grew back.
He bent, pulling an apple from Richard's pack.
Quite unexpectedly.
Richard took Zed's sleeve and turned him around. Zed, you... The wizard smiled.
Are you thoroughly sure you wouldn't like to be a wizard?
He took a bite of the apple, pleased at seeing the astonishment on Richard's face. Zed handed him the knife, the blade as sharp as he had ever seen it. Richard shook his head and turned to his work. I just want to go home and be a guide, nothing more. He thought a while, then asked, Zed, all the time I grew up with you, you were a wizard and I never knew. You didn't use the magic. How could you stand not to? Why didn't you?
Ah, well, there are dangers to using the magic. Also pain.
Dangers like what? Zed regarded him for a moment.
You have used magic with the sword, you tell me.
But that's the sword. That's different. What dangers are there for a wizard in using the magic, and what pain? Zed gave a small, sly smile.
Only just finished with the first lesson, and already he is eager for the second.
Richard straightened. Never mind. He hoisted the pack onto his back. All I want to be is a woods guide. Apple in hand, Zed started toward the trail.
So you have told me.
He took a big bite.
Now, I want you two to tell me everything that has happened since I was knocked unconscious. Don't leave out a thing, no matter how trivial.
Richard and Kalin exchanged a crimson look. I won't tell if you don't, he whispered. She held him back with a hand on his arm. I swear, not a word about what happened in the spirit house. By the look in her eyes, he knew she meant to keep her word. For the rest of the day, as they trudged along the trails, keeping off the main roads, the 2 of them told Zed the stories of everything that had happened since they were attacked that day at the boundary. Zed made them go back to previous events at the oddest places in a story. Working off each other's words, Richard and Kalin managed to weave the story of the Mud People without mention of anything that happened between them in the spirit house. As they drew nearer to Tamarang, they crisscrossed roads and began to see refugees carrying their belongings on their backs or on small carts. Richard saw to it that they didn't stay long in the sight of people and placed himself between them and Kalin whenever he could. He didn't want anyone recognizing the Mother Confessor. He was relieved each time they were back in the woods. The forest was where he was most comfortable, even though it had proven its dangers to them. Late in the day, they had to take to the main road in order to cross the Calcidron River. It was too big and swift to risk fording, so they took the big wooden bridge. Zed and Richard kept Kalin protectively between them as they walked among the people crossing the bridge. Kalin kept the hood of her cloak up so people wouldn't see her long hair. Most of the people were heading for Tamarang, seeking shelter and safety from the marauding forces, supposedly sweeping in from Westland. Kalin said that they would reach Tamarang by the middle of the next day. From now on, they would have to travel most of the time on the road. Richard knew that they would have to move far from the road at night to be clear of any people. He began watching the sun so as to leave them time to move deep enough into the forest before it became too dark.
Does that feel good?
Rachel pretended Sarah answered that it did, and tucked a little more grass around her doll to be doubly sure she was warm enough. She nestled the loaf of bread with the cloth tied around it next to Sarah.
You'll be warm for now. I have to go get some wood before it's too dark, and then we'll have a fire. Then we can both be warm.
She left Sarah with the bread in the wayward pine and went outside. The sun was down, but it was still light enough to see. The clouds were a pretty pink. She looked at them once in a while as she picked up sticks, holding them against her body with the other arm. She checked her pocket to be sure the fire stick was still there. She had almost forgotten it last night and was scared now, unless she checked to make sure she hadn't forgotten it again. She looked up again at the pretty clouds. Just as she did, some big, dark thing swooped low over the trees a little way up the hill. It must be some big bird, she thought. Ravens were big and dark. It must be one of those noisy ravens. She picked up some more sticks. Then she saw a bunch of blueberry bushes, low against the ground in an open place, their leaves starting to turn a flaming red. She threw the sticks down. She was so hungry, she sat down on the berry bushes and started eating them as fast as she could pick. It was getting late in the year, and the berries were starting to get dry and shriveled, but they were still good. In fact, they tasted wonderful. She started putting one in her pocket for each one she ate. She moved on her hands and knees, picking berries, eating them, and putting them in her pocket. It was getting darker. Once in a while, she looked up at the pretty clouds. They were getting a darker color, purple. When her stomach felt better and her pocket was full, she picked the sticks up and went back to the wayward pine. Once back inside, she untied the cloth that was around the bread and dumped the berries from her pocket onto the cloth. She sat down and ate the berries off the cloth as she chatted with Sarah, offering to share her berries as she ate. Sarah didn't eat many. Rachel wished she had a mirror. She wished she could look in a mirror at her hair. Earlier in the day, she had seen herself in a dark pool. Her hair looked so wonderful, all even. Richard was such a nice man to cut it for her. She missed Richard. She wished he were here now, to run away with her, to hug her. He gave the bestest hugs in the whole world. If Kalin weren't so mean, he could give her hugs, too. Kalin would find out then how wonderful his hugs were. For some reason, Rachel missed her, too, her stories and her songs and her fingers on her forehead. Why did she have to be so mean and say she was going to hurt Giller? Giller was one of the nicest men in the world. Giller gave her Sarah. Rachel broke the sticks as best she could so they would fit in the circle of stones she had made. After stacking them carefully, she pulled out the fire stick. Light for me. She set the fire stick down on the cloth with the berries and then warmed her hands and ate a few berries while she told Sarah some of her troubles, how she wished Richard were hugging her, how she wished Kalin weren't mean, how she hoped Kalin didn't hurt Giller, how she wished she had something other than berries to eat. Some bug bit her on the neck. She let out a little squeal and swatted it. There was a little bit of blood on her hand when she took it away. And a fly. Look, Sarah. Look at how that stupid fly bit me. It made blood. Sarah seemed sorry for her sting. Rachel ate a few more berries. Another fly bit her neck. Rachel swatted it, not squealing this time. There was another spot of blood on her hand. That hurt, she told Sarah. With a frown, she threw the squished fly in the fire. The fly that bit her on the arm made her jump. She slapped it flat. Another bit her neck. Rachel flailed at the flies in the air around her face. 2 more bit her neck, making blood before she smacked them. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain of the stings. Get away, she yelled as she waved her hands around. Some were inside her dress, biting her chest and back. More bit her neck. Rachel started screaming as she batted at the flies, trying to get them off. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A fly bit the inside of her ear, making her scream even louder. The sound of it buzzing in her ear made her cry and scream as she dug with her finger, trying to get it out. She thrashed her arms as she yelled. Rachel screamed in a high pitch as she stumbled out of the wayward pine, wiping flies off her eyes. She ran, arms lashing out, trying to get the flies away. The flies followed her as she ran and screamed. Something in front of her. made her stop dead in her tracks. Her wide eyes worked their way up the giant fur-covered body of the thing. Its belly was pink and had flies on it. Against the fading colors of the sky, it slowly unfolded huge wings, spreading them wide. Not wings covered with feathers, wings covered with skin. Rachel could see big blood veins in them, throbbing. With all her courage, she put her shaking hand in her pocket. The fire stick wasn't there. Her legs wouldn't move. She didn't even feel the flies that were biting her. She heard a sound like a cat purring, but a lot louder. Her eyes went up further. Glowing green eyes glared down at her. The purring sound was a low growl. The mouth opened with a louder growl, lips pulling back, showing its long, curved teeth. Rachel couldn't run. She couldn't move. She couldn't even scream. She shook as her wide eyes looked up into those mean eyes that glowed green. She forgot how to move her feet. A big claw reached for her. She felt something warm running down her legs. Chapter 38. Richard folded his arms and leaned back against the rock. Enough! Zed and Kalin both turned their heads, seeming to have forgotten he was even there. He had been listening to the two of them arguing for at least the last half hour as they sat in front of the fire and was tired of it. In fact, he was just plain tired. Dinner was long since done, and they should be getting some sleep. But, instead, they were trying to decide what they would do tomorrow when they reached Tamarang. Now, instead of arguing, they started presenting their cases to him.
I say we march in there and I deal with Giller. He is my student. I will get him to tell me what's going on. I'm still Wizard of the First Order. He will do as I say. He will give me the box.
Kalin pulled her confessor's dress from her pack and held it up to Richard. This is the way we deal with Giller. He is my wizard, and he will do as I say because he knows the consequences. Richard let out a deep breath as he rubbed his eyes with his fingertips. You both want to eat a chicken we haven't even plucked yet. We aren't even sure whose chicken it is. What do you mean? Kalin asked. Richard leaned forward. Now he had their attention at last. At the very least, Tamarang is giving a sympathetic ear to Dahara. At the very worst, Darken Ral is there. Most likely, the fact is somewhere between the two. If we march in there and tell them what we want, they might not like it. Tamarang has a whole standing army to express to us how much they don't like it. Then what? Are the three of us going to fight a war with their army? How is this going to get us the box? How is it going to even get us to Giller? If we have to fight, I'd rather it be on the way out, not on the way in. Richard expected one of them to express some sort of objection while they sat as if being scolded, but neither did, so he went on.